progress. And as people of hope, we are still open to both. To have the physical zone institute, but in case of challenges, to have a virtual zone institute. We'll keep you posted in case of any changes in dates. But fellow Rotarians, the Zone Institute brings both past, present, and future district and Rotary leaders from all over the world who come together to plan for the year coming next. We are looking forward hosting many of you from all over the world, irrespective of the challenges we believe will have you in Uganda. Uganda, commonly known as the Pearl of Africa, is ready to receive you. The hospitality, the warmth, the friendship is what defines our district. Brothers and sisters in Rotary, I know you leave motivated and inspired, having been given the information and skills from the Zone Institute, from the leaders from the world. We are honored that the Rotary International President, NAC Holger, for 2020-2021, and the Rotary International President-elect, Sheikh Ameta, together with the Chairman of Board of Trustees of the Rotary Foundation, past Rotary International President Ravi Ravindra, and so many Rotary leaders have confirmed participation and attendance at the second All Africa Zone Institute. Friends, with such resource at our hand, when we miss out, when you lose out, you lose at your own risk. We need each and every one of you to come and join us at the Speak Resort in Munyonyo. I'd like to welcome you all through a promotional video, inviting and welcoming you all to come and join us for the second Zone Africa Institute. Asante sana, kwaheri.
Hello, Rotary senior leaders, fellow Rotarians, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Katongole, and I'm a past district governor in District 9211, comprising of Uganda and Tanzania.
My name is past district governor Ken Mugisha from District 9211, the co-chair for the next All African Zone Institute, which is going to be held from the 1st to the 5th of September 2020.
I'll co-chair the next institute that will be held in Kampala, Uganda. We welcome you to enjoy our hospitality. We welcome you to enjoy Rotary. Uganda is one of the fastest growing countries in the Rotary world.
Coming from one resort in Samuel Sheikh to come to the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo.
And this time it will be at the source of the River Nile in Uganda, on the shores of Lake Victoria. Uganda is a very welcoming country, and we welcome you sincerely. It's a country that Winston Churchill named the Pearl of Africa. After all his travels across Africa, he realized that this is a country that was graced by nature, a country that anything grows, a country that is evergreen, a country whose people are so welcoming.
Uganda is a country of happy people. Rated highly in the world among the happiest people, Uganda is one of the biggest as far as friendship is concerned.
Our hospitality, the flow of the River Nile on its long journey from Uganda to Egypt.
The first place to see the beauty of Uganda will be on arrival in Uganda, going to the resort where we are going to host you, to share, to connect, and to see how to move Rotary to the next level. We are looking forward to host you in a very special way. The Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo sits on over 100 acres of land on the shores of the biggest tropical lake in Africa, but the second largest freshwater lake in the world. This resort boasts of 472 rooms, executive rooms, over 100 heads of states and leaders heads of state meeting in 2007. The rooms being newly refurbished, you're going to rest, relax, and wake up every day in the morning to connect, to share, and learn.
We had the honor of hosting Queen Elizabeth, Queen of England, at the 2007 Leaders Conference of the Commonwealth Heads of State. Probably you could be one of the Rotarians to share a room where Queen Elizabeth slept.
We also have 20 executive conference rooms to connect and discuss, to come and dine and wine, to celebrate a previous year of service. This resort has one of the best views you can ever think about. While celebrating Rotary, we are going to connect with over 1,000 Rotarians at this resort. We are looking forward to receive you in a special way. By coming to the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo, it is one of the best experiences to have in your lifetime.
I welcome you on behalf of our convener, Rotary International Director, Kaba Balola.
We are looking forward to receive you in big numbers, to connect, to share, and meet our Rotary leaders all over the world, and share the achievements of the previous year.
We shall be celebrating the projects that we've done to touch people's hearts, to change lives, to make a difference, to inspire humanity. It will be a great occasion that we come to celebrate Rotary in the Pearl of Africa.
What a way to come, meet Rotarian leaders, Rotarians, to connect, and to see how best we can improve our knowledge in Rotary.
You are welcome to enjoy one of the best institutes that you can ever imagine.
Come, connect, network at the next All Africa Zone Institute in Uganda.
Welcome and karibu to Uganda.
Karibuni Uganda, karibuni, and tutaonana Entebbe.
Wow. If there is one thing that this virtual conference has shown us, is that anything is possible. And that means that the Zone Institute will take place in one form or the other. And for that reason, wherever you are, I'd like to encourage you to register as soon as possible. So we look forward to welcoming you in Kampala in September of this year. Now, over the last few months, our vocabulary has expanded due to the COVID pandemic. We have learned many words. We have got to know words such as quarantine. Even the local language has its version of quarantine. We've learned about lockdown. We've heard about social distancing. And now, for those of us in Uganda, we're looking forward to easing. These words have become part of our daily vocabulary. But in the course of, this pandemic, we've also had lots of discussions about other words. And those words are resilience. We've heard about business continuity. And those are words that have caused a certain amount of anxiety. And yet we know that the change has come. And no matter how much we resist, it's taking us. There's a saying that if you don't change, change will change you. And so this morning, we have an exciting speaker who's going to break it down for us, who's going to tell us the change, perhaps that started a bit, a few months ago, but it took some time for many of us to notice. He's going to break it down to us, and he's going to help us navigate how to embrace this change and how to enjoy this change. And so now I'd like to invite Rotaractor Joan Nairuba to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, Joan.
Thank you so much. Rotarians, Rotaractors, and guests from all over the world, it's with great privilege and pleasure that I introduce a formidable gentleman that shall address us on creativity in crisis and its influence on innovation. Edgar Kasenene has more than 18 years of professional experience, mostly in the ICT sector, but has spent the last 3 years working with emerging technologies and innovation roles across Africa. Edgar holds a Master's of Science in Telecommunications Engineering from the University of Manchester with distinction, and a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from Makerere University. He previously held roles as Head of Innovation, IoT, and Emerging Business for Ericsson, and before that, Head of Cloud and IP Services for Ericsson in Africa. He was also Program Director of Ericsson's first Smart City Strategic Start in Rwanda in 2015. Edgar has held various leadership, strategy, sales, and technical positions in MTN and Ericsson in the United Kingdom, South Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, and Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, the formidable Edgar Kasenene. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are fine. Go ahead.
It's very difficult, so please forgive that I will remove the video just so that we save bandwidth. It's very interesting and difficult to always know if you have the right bandwidth. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be with the Rotary family. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's always an honor to speak to such a formidable team. I've got to know some of you personally. I'm going to share a little bit about some of the possibilities or some of the things we see. I want to encourage you that this is quite intense, but this is mainly to share reflections and not to give answers. We are really, really in interesting times. A lot of my presentation today is not going to be about technology per se. It's really, I'd like us to start to think about the new world or the new norm. And at the heart of that is the internet. And those of you who have probably heard me speak before, I talk a lot about if you're not on my device, or if you're not on my smartphone, you're not in my life. And I think as society, we had not subconsciously started to understand deeply how the internet was changing our lives. And fundamentally, not just changing our lives, but changing behavior. And the internet is what I'd like to call now the central nervous system of our lives. It is the key and the essence of how we do everything. And those who have unfortunately had to suffer the consequences of COVID will know that if those businesses or systems or institutions that were not online had started to suffer. But let's not just unpack it just from a position of technology. Let's unpack it from a position of behavior. If you think about society, a modern society, or those of us of our generations, and let's take about 20 to 40 years, we grew up in what you would call the industrial era. The era of product push, the era where our expertise was very unique to us, and we were known because of our expertise. Our professions were very important. And what started to happen is in the last 5 to 10 years, and the internet started to happen in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, but it started to become more ubiquitous, it started to become more accessible, and it started to fundamentally shift behavior. And what started to happen slowly, which we didn't see consciously, was that subconsciously it started to change the world from what we know it as a local and linear world, very specific to our geography, to a world that was global and exponential, no boundaries. And the companies that are winning are the ones that leverage internet to online behavior. And if you really, just a small example to put global and exponential into effect is COVID. I mean, if you think about the fact that a virus that was discovered in Wuhan in January or December, whatever, there's varying opinions on that, in 3 months significantly impacted the whole world, not in 3 years. And that just shows the hyperconnectivity of the world. But the point about the hyperconnectivity is the exponentiality of how fast things happen. And we'll touch on that later. But what I wanted to stress here is around the fact that the success today is not driven by creating a product that is very local to environment. Success is tapping into an internet online consumer. And many people always argue the substrate that yes, but the technology and the devices are only accessible to some. But that's accelerating. More people are getting online. I think it's 5 to 7 billion at the last count. The devices are becoming cheaper and more accessible and more ubiquitous. And this is why companies like SafeBoard are probably some of the most relevant institutions in our country, Uganda now, and not necessarily the banks. And we'll touch on that. But the exponentiality of the world has also started to change models, and it started to shift behavior. And knowledge and expertise, which was very unique to you, is no longer unique. And this is where we start to struggle as human beings, because the shift that we're struggling to see is not because the technology is solving problems, the behavior is in front of us. The shift that we're failing to see is because for the largest time, we defined ourselves by the things we went to school for, the experience we had, the expertise we had. And now that is becoming less relevant. What's more relevant is how you apply knowledge. What saddens me is that, for the last 2 to 3 years, the top 20 companies in the US have already removed the university grades and entry requirements. And we still, as society, gravitate to celebrate somebody qualifying with a university degree, and yet they spend 3 years without finding a job. 90% of the people coming out of Makerere University cannot find a job, not because that they don't have knowledge to apply, because the old industries, the old substrates are disappearing and being replaced by a new industry. Think about where you spend your time, ladies and gentlemen. If I ask these people, and of course it's a virtual conference, we don't have time to do that. You've woken up and you've spent your time on WhatsApp, you've been on Facebook, you've been on Twitter, you've probably been on Google, you've been on YouTube. The substrates or the platforms that you spend your time on are the ones that are creating value. And these things are not happening by chance, ladies and gentlemen. They're happening because these people understand you behave online, they solve your problem, they give you value, they create the value, and they create the platform economy, which we'll touch on a little bit later. And the one that's also important is scarcity and product push is being replaced by abundance and customer pull. The conversations are now owned by the customer, not your product. They have choice. The internet created choice. It's not about pushing a product. It is leveraging data to understand behavior and pivoting according to that. And this is why when models shift abundantly, as is starting to happen in COVID or was happening post-COVID, then businesses fail to respond because they were structurally set up to solve a problem. We'll talk about command and control. The internet has changed everything. And when you add to that mobility and cloud computing and all the other things that you hear, what it did is really change behavior. And I'll stress that, focus on the customer, the behavior, where he is. When we met in February, and I was privileged to speak at the Transformation Leadership Summit, I gave you a simple example of newspapers. And the fact that newspapers are not dying because they're not a big brand, they're dying because you no longer buy them, because you get your news on different platforms. You all saw what New Vision announced, and this is what's going to start to happen in most industries. What's most important to understand is where is the customer and how is he behaving? And the platform companies that even in the COVID time started to accelerate are just simply leveraging online properties, online behavior, and more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, they don't exist in a geographical boundary. They understand that if you have an internet connection, you're the customer. Give value, leverage data. That's the only model they do. And they've also changed models. So I'll stress this because people think the answer is building an app. It's not about building an app. It's building an experience that speaks to me, Edgar, or speaks to Emmanuel, or speaks to Geoffrey, or speaks to Christine, and understanding the data and pivoting every day based on behavior. This is why we talk about agility, and we'll cover agility a little bit later in the presentation. You need to understand the shift is not just about technology. It's about choice. It's about data. It's about learning and pivoting every day. And the narrative is owned by the customer. And that's the hard part for modern businesses because they've always had to dictate. They built a structure, pushed a product. And when the value shifted, they didn't have the DNA to move because the entire structural setup was built around the product. And today we'll talk about why you need to change that. And this is why at the same time, and I don't know if Rotary and Nigel Frank is here, and I'll give an example of LDC. This is why at the same time, while some universities are closing because they're not courageous enough to move it online, LDC just recently announced that they're going to move their services online. And that means that they stay relevant as a business. And I'll read from one of the lawyers, a submission she gave when she was trying to talk about why we need to move in this direction. I won't talk about the universities that are closing, and I'm even engaging some, and still they refuse to move. Cambridge University, the largest university in the world, has just announced in the last week that they're not going to have any physical classes until the summer of 2021, 1 year from now. Everything moves online. It is where is your customer? It is how do I move to him? It is how do I meet him here? Not where is, not technology, not buying an app, and it's solving problems. And it is keeping an open mind that your customer's behavior is going to change every day, because in this internet world, he has choices. And not only does he has choices, he has a new behavior that is driven by convenience. It has to meet him where he is. It's driven by personalization. It has to speak to him. It's driven by choice. And these are the things you build into your platform. These are the things you build into technology. You don't build an app. If I asked you guys here in the same vein, you probably have 60 apps on your phone. You use 5 or 6 a day, and they're typically the same ones. And yet people still think that if I build an app, I'm relevant. You have to build a deep experience. You have to find the customer where he is. And you need to understand, in the modern society that is driven by this new substrate or equalizer called the internet, called online behavior, your relevance is not going to be there for 10 years. And your competition is going to come from everywhere. I always like to give the fascinating example of SafeBorder, and because of time, I can't elaborate on it. But it is one of the most exciting companies in Uganda, not because they are now in people's lives and they started as a border company, because they're one of the few institutions in Uganda that genuinely, authentically uses data to understand behavior and pivot. And in March, when I had to speak at the CEO Forum, I invited all those executives to go and visit SafeBorder. And the thing that's fascinating about SafeBorder is they didn't just wake up and decide we're going to deliver food. They realized that a lot of our drivers or border riders have downtime at X amount of time. How do we leverage that time? They saw this from the data, and they realized, where can we fill this downtime with deliveries? And then it became food deliveries, and then it became parcel deliveries. And the continuous learning from data meant that they continuously evolved into so many substrates. And now they are in bill payments and online and microloans. So now SafeBorder, which has a wallet, which has microloans, is competing with the bank. And because they're solving so many other problems in your lives, they're becoming central to you. They're becoming a platform. And we are in the platform economy. And the platform economy is going to mean that success tomorrow doesn't depend on your product. It depends on you continuously learning from my behavior and giving me value. It depends on you finding me where I am. Being online is not an option. Being online is a way of life. Being online is about behavior. And you will understand that if you don't take this leap in a world that is global and exponential, you will disappear instantly in a few days, not a few years. And why is the world exponential? Why is growth exponential? Because if you're a SafeBorder and you solve a problem in my life, the world becomes your marketplace. Social properties means that the hyperconnectivity of the world means that you do not need to advertise anymore. You do not need to market anymore. You just need to solve a good problem. I'm sorry, there's some background noise, but I guess this is the nature of having a lot of people. And I guess people will eventually mute their microphones. But this is the nature, guys. And because the narrative has shifted, because the consumer drives the narrative, co-creation is the norm. You build with the customer. You don't sit there and think about a product and take it to market. You use data like SafeBorder does. You launch a university product online, and from day one, you're using the data to figure out, do they like my models? Am I teaching well? Is it great? Because when you hit the customer's sweet spot, they accelerate your growth. They push your product. This is the new world, guys. And this is a world that is also not easy to embrace. And I want to spend a little bit of time on culture, because everybody just likes to talk about tech. And from our experience, people don't embrace technology, not because they don't like it, because they're afraid. Because the internet revolution or the online revolution, much as it's obvious and it's in our face, it changes everything about modern society. It changes everything about businesses. You have to let go of old models. You have to let go of expertise. You have to embrace humility and vulnerability. You have to embrace learning. And the real truth is that society was built around a factory model. Our education system didn't teach us to think openly. Businesses are not built for innovation and agility. They're structurally rigid. They're built for efficiency and compliance. If you look at a modern business today, it was built like a modern factory. It's just a glorified factory. You have a standard fixed job description. You're told to do one thing. You're told to roll out one product. And even when that product stops, the sales go down. Instead of understanding based on data why, they fire the salesperson and bring more salespeople. They bombard you with SMSs when you're not interested anymore. And this is not because they don't understand. This is not because they hate you, or this is not because this is what they know. The structural setup of modern business was not for agility and innovation. We spend so much time as society focusing on position, not value. We recognize position, and this is why businesses fail to pivot, because executives get stuck in a room trying to solve the problems instead of leveraging everybody in the institutions. We'll touch on that later. And these structural limitations have to change because the speed out there is too fast. It's not the old speed, it's not the old product. You wake up in February and everything is okay. COVID happens and you realize that because I'm not online, I'm irrelevant. There is no amount of executive discussion that could have saved you. What could have saved you is starting to learn from the new customer behavior, starting to ask the right questions early, understanding that you as an executive yourselves are already spending so much time online. Why don't you take your product online? I spent so much time with businesses last year talking about the digital revolution, saying that it is here. And people were ignoring it. And then COVID happens, and suddenly now banks start panicking or businesses start panicking because they're not online. And they suddenly disappear. And those that started to tap into customer behavior, not technology and hype, suddenly start to thrive. Guys, it's not game over. You have to change. You have to pivot. It's not about technology. It's about behavior. If I took away the smartphone from everybody on this, your life stops. If we turn off the internet, we can't have this conference. If we turn off the internet, we can't have WhatsApp. If we turn off the internet, we can't have Twitter and Facebook where we spend our lives. If we turn off the internet, we can't Netflix and YouTube and Google. The internet is not a thing. It is integral. If you think about countries where the internet is the standard, it's almost a commodity. China, when Wuhan happened, all the classes moved online. You think about your kids in Budo. My son is 5 years old here in South Africa. And since March, when they closed school, they just moved the school to Zoom. He's having lessons on Zoom. He's doing collaboration through Padlets and things like that. There's collaboration tools. Learning stops. What happens to that Ugandan kid where they might not be learning for a year? Two things. Not only is he being left behind at speed, his curriculum is increasingly becoming irrelevant. And why are we still having that discussion? Last year, I spent some time with the Minister of ICT and the Permanent Secretary, and I was very clear. The strategic priority of any modern institution, along with building roads and electricity, is making sure every citizen has access to the internet. It's not an option. It's a strategic imperative. Imagine as a society in Uganda, we had all had access to the internet, and schools were continuing online and businesses could continue efficiently. The level of disruption would be less. And yes, this is not about the fact that I want COVID to stay. This is not about the fact that we do not want to come out of this. It's about the fact that behavior has changed. Models have changed and you need to change. But ladies and gentlemen, it's also because it's hard. A lot of what I'm going to say today might make sense from a theoretical level, but from an implementation level, it's going to be difficult. Because if you're an executive here or a banker here or a lawyer here or whatever your role is, you need to understand that your model has shifted and you need to have the empathy and humility to let go of past models. Not to just say, I'm going to build an app, to understand that Edgar, to engage him, is a deep journey. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, in the same way, it's a philosophical conversation because you have to take this journey. When I stay on the fact that people have to connect the dots, nobody can tell you what to do. I can talk all day, but this will not be as obvious for you unless you as a leader, as a person, reflect that what does this journey mean for me? We have to change the structures of command and control because companies that are winning are super agile and flat. When businesses started, when COVID happened, and I'm very privileged to speak to a lot of CEOs and MDs and heads of HR, a lot of people contacted me. And I said, you need to start to enter agile mode, which means that every day as a leader, you need to be having conference calls with your teams, talking about the environment and getting them to think on their feet, and they will create the answers. This is what the generals have done for years in war. When things start to go bad, they start to have stand-up meetings every day, just figuring out from each battlefield, what have you learned? What's going on? What should we do? And they change on the feet. If you're not doing that, you're going to be left behind because the new norm is here. The new norm was coming, and digital is not a thing. It's a way of life. It's behavioral. It's where the customer is. And we have to find him there. And if you find him there, you do not close your institution. If you find him there, you thrive. I'll read before I close the letter that a lawyer who is working under Rotarian Nigel Frank at LDC in appealing for them to go online wrote. And I read because this is a Ugandan. These are things that are around us. Because the most important question is not my product, but my customer. Where is he? And I'll switch to purpose in a second, because in order to see this world, you have to care. You have to focus on service, not technology. And probably this is the most relevant audience to have this conversation, because Rotary is predicated on service. And service is predicated on selflessness. And selflessness is predicated on humility and vulnerability. And if modern leaders can apply those substrates, they will see this new world, because they have to let go of the old one. You have to die to the old to create the new. Not physical death, but your old models are not relevant, which is why shifting online doesn't kill your business. It means that my job or my purpose was here to create an education environment. And because my guys are now online, I shift online. This is the important thing. The companies that are going to make it in this platform economy are not going to be the ones that have read Harvard Business Reviews or have had the most MBAs. They're the ones that are going to start to ask the right. They're the ones that are not going to be afraid to start in the unknown. The same way I applaud you guys for this district conference, because you didn't know how it was going to go. And probably yesterday there were teething problems, but you figured it out very quickly. And now you can address Rotarians from across the world, something that was impossible to do, but use technology and still have engagement and dialogue. It's not about thinking big. It's about figuring out what is the genuine customer need and growing from there. Guys, it's about taking small bets. It's about moving fast. It's about exploring multiple options. It's about learning from data. Because this world is here. And many of us fail to move because we're afraid to fail. Failure is contextual, guys. If you move fast, you learn fast. So even if you had teething problems yesterday, you could argue that those were failures for a few minutes. They were learnings. And very quickly you figured it out. And now today it's smooth. And that means tomorrow it's better. And then from now on, you can have online conferences. But it needed the first step. It needed courage. And that courage in the first step is what 90% of the businesses are missing. They're fumbling, they're sitting, they're praying COVID goes away. The world has shifted, and so must you. And when you come from a place of purpose, which is where the conversation moves, because to see this world is not about technology. And many people have asked me in the last 18 months, because I've engaged a lot, about my personal journey. And my journey was full of failures. Heading up innovation was such a learning curve. I was in an institution that went through 4 global restructures in 3 years. Those disruptions are the ones that forced me to think. It's not about all the titles that you read when we started the conversation today. It's about the purposeful Edgar decided to understand that things were different and had to take the courage to move in this new direction, even when most of people or society was thinking in the old direction, because it was clear it was here. Because deep down in all your Rotarians here is a deep desire for impact. It is why you're also Rotarians. It is how human beings exist. We do not exist based on our job titles and our careers. And if we don't tap into our purpose, we will not see this world. We'll be afraid to do new things. So let's not make this conversation about technology. Let's make it about purpose. Let's make it about service. Let's make it about why does my business exist? Why was my business set up? Not what does my business do? The what is the product. The why is the North Star. You're in an academic institution of learning. Your ambition is to drive education, not to go to a physical building. And if your customers or class students are online, you go online and you're still driving education. We struggle to move to the new what because our businesses no longer have a deep sense of why. We struggle to be innovative and agile because our titles get in our way. The fear, the politics, the jobs, my job is going to be replaced. It already has. But you as a human being have not. The answer is not in the job, it is in the role, it is in the offering. You have to do this, guys. And it is difficult and it is emotional and it is personal, but it is possible. And nobody can walk that shoe. If you're a CEO here, a leader, or in a bank, or a lawyer, or even, and I really applaud this district conference leadership, They took the courage to move into the unknown, and it worked. And many businesses are going to die now because they can't take that first step that LDC took, because they're so stuck in their past success. They're so stuck in their titles. They're so stuck in their relevance. When that relevance has been shifted by the internet, and I'm sorry, guys, it has been shifted. And you can shift, you can move, but you must be humble and learn. It is about learning. It is about curiosity. And if you're curious, then you will act. It is also about agility. And all the things that I was saying were building up to agility. Act. This is how this conference happened. They could have discussed, and there's so many conferences that are now in postponement mode and hoping that it'll come back. You guys were brave. Agility is about execution. In the new world of agility, you learn fast from data. You dive in and learn, because that's what Facebook is doing and Twitter and the guys who are taking your time. And that's what you must do. And there's methodologies to do this. And I won't go into design thinking because we must come to the end. But the idea is that in a modern world of a customer that owns the narrative, you build with him. You empathize, you define, you ideate, you prototype, you test, you go. It's exactly how you did this conference, just that you might not have subconsciously been following these steps. It is super important that we understand that the environment is not just a technology shift. It's a role shift. It's a model shift. It's a behavior shift. It's a shift to learn and act. It is not explorating it's not diverging from, it's explorating from the past, diverging for the future. It's about telling a story and creating a cause. Things that Rotary mean and stand for. It's about empathy. Where is my customer and what does he need? Not this is my product and I'm waiting for my shop to open. The number of shops and buildings and malls and real estates that are crumbling now because the leaders cannot figure out and act. And it is about asking for help. It's not about dominating the conversation. Please take a step. This is a different world, ladies and gentlemen. This is a world that is exciting. This is a world that is different. And this is a world that can be relevant to all of you if you let go of your titles and your degrees, if you learn afresh. I will read you a letter from a submission from, she's called Linda Kanza. She works with Rotary and Nigel Frank, the LDC, as they were making the submission to go online. I must read this because it's not about Edgar speaking from South Africa, talking about all these things. It's about the ordinary Ugandans that are being brave and taking the steps. I read, and I quote, "Your Lordship, my submission is that COVID is not responsible for this force majeure. This quiet revolution has been coming for a long time. While banks closed branches and got apps and agents and URA moved online, while TVs and media houses and shops moved to social media, some sectors like education and legal remained in buildings and buried their heads in their books, AKA sand. Then COVID arrived and closed the buildings, and only sectors that could continue operations online became essential. My Lord, the submission of the day is not on termination of employment, as my learned friends would like to submit. It is on creation of new value. I stress that it is on creation of new value. If you can still meet your customers' needs with your premises closed, you will survive. I therefore pray that you exercise your discretion to dismiss all these arguments and send all the learned colleagues on this platform who are submitting that they did not attend our online classes this week or do not know about anything about Zoom and Moodle to compulsory attendance of all online classes coming up this week. Otherwise, LDC may have to issue memos like every other university instead of moving with the times. I so pray you listen. We can argue all we want, but this is the sad reality whose solution is not written in the law. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what it is about. It is about learning afresh. It is unlearning the past models and relearning. It is being courageous. It is not getting stuck in the sand because the world has shifted. It is challenging your colleagues who have fear. I will leave you with a quote by Steve Jobs because it's one of the quotes that guided me when I was going through all the transitions in my life, and the transitions never stop when I was going through the decisions to leave some of the largest institutions in the world because it became clear that they were not able to transform. And most institutions are the same. And Steve Jobs said it very well. You know, the commencement speech to Stanford, and you guys can Google it because most of you have probably already heard it. Part of the speech, he said, we're going to spend most of our adult life at work. In order to have a fulfilled life, we must do a great job. In order to do a great job, we must find work we love, purpose. And like all matters of the heart, you will know when you do. And until you do, don't settle. Don't settle, ladies and gentlemen. Your life is not defined by that CMO position or the law degree. It is defined by your continuous ability to create value. The internet and online platforms don't change life. They create new opportunities to create value. As lawyer Linda said, under the good guidance of Rotarian Nigel Frank, as LDC could move online and create new value, many of their peers are closing. Who wins and who loses? And it's not that they had all the answers, it's that they had the courage to take a step. Take a step, guys. I encourage you to find that courage. I encourage you to find that journey. And if you're afraid, ask for help. We can help you. But it is not optional to stand still. Modern society has changed. It has not completely died, it has evolved. And we have incredible platforms and tools that allow us to create new value. They also mean, ladies and gentlemen, that life as we know it is not going to be exactly the same. It's not the end of life as we know it. It's only because this shift moved so fast and is going to challenge every mental model and business model we know. But those with courage, those with a deep sense of purpose, those with a deep sense of service will be willing to tap into the humility and vulnerability that it needs to lead, to serve, and find a new journey. I'm very sorry we couldn't do this in person, and I'm very sorry we couldn't engage, but I really, really wish you the best. I really wish you another journey. I wish you the courage, as you have done for this conference, to take it into your daily lives and your daily businesses. I wish you the courage to take a step. I wish you the courage to venture into the new world. I wish you the courage to learn from behavior. I wish you the courage to understand that the internet is our friend. It has created an infinite world of possibilities. I wish you the courage to understand that in Uganda, with an average age of 16 and 30 and 80% under 30, we're the most digital country on the continent, as is Tanzania, as is a lot of the African countries. And if we embrace the technology, we will thrive. But we must work with policy. We must make our leaders understand that it's not an optional discussion. It is a compulsory discussion. It is at the heart of how we do everything. It's going to be at the heart of education. It's going to be at the heart of behavior, online, e-commerce. It's going to be the heart of how we create news. It's going to be the heart of how we collaborate. It's going to be the heart of how we look at value. It is not optional, and we must take the step now. I wish you the best, and I'm sorry that was really quick and really intense. And it will always be a pleasure to continue the engagement. It's a very, very big pleasure to be part of the Rotary family. I really look forward to my next trip to Uganda. It's very difficult under lockdown, knowing that I engage a lot in Uganda, being stuck in South Africa. But we must embrace the times, we must embrace the technology, we must embrace the realities, and we must continue to inspire people to create new value. I will stop to share now, and I encourage you to continue the conference. And you have my details, so reach out if you want to have conversations. Next week, Thursday, I'll probably have the privilege to spend some time online with my club, Rotary Club of Tankil Muyenga. And the good thing is next week, Thursday, there'll be time for questions and engagement, which I think is a little bit better than just one-way conversations. Take care, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll stay online for part of the journey, and I wish you an incredible conference going forward.
Thank you very much, Edgar, for that excellent presentation. I must say it is very timely. We are living in challenging times. I've been in this industry of ICT for over 30 plus years. Even for us to change has been a difficult journey. But thank you so much. I think it was very enlightening, very well presented, I must say. I understand that time was limited, but I'm sure everybody benefited tremendously from whatever you had to say. As you rightly said, our biggest challenges are the education system that needs to prepare people for this new way of life. Our challenges are also, how do you change? Transformation is easier said than done. Changing thinking, transforming what you're doing, going on to a new path is also very, very difficult. But as you rightly said, we really don't have a choice. And if people think that this is going to happen in the future, you very rightly said it has already happened. Finally, I'd like to thank you very much for appreciating our effort to put this particular conference online. I'm the host of we have taken many risks, but at the end of the day, I believe the team has done an excellent job in trying to make this conference possible for our district governor, Xavier, so that he can end his year the way a traditional district governor should actually end the year, with a very nice conference and ability to talk to everybody. So we have taken a risk. I think we have done really well so far. If internet will be with us, God bless, I think we will also finish on a high, and also it will be a wonderful experience for our incoming leaders. So thank you for your appreciation. And District 9211 has always been at the bleeding edge of innovation. So with those, thank you so much, and thank you very much for your presentation.
For the first 2 weeks, it was a nice time, you know, being with the children, the entire family, the wife. And then you find that now there's too much time on you. But the good thing is that during this time, there probably is more meetings now than before. I've done lots of exercising. I probably know of my neighborhood than I've known before, because I've moved through all the places. I've done lots of gardening. I love gardening. I'm probably short of places to grow stuff. Now I've eaten lots of them and I'm planting more. But so that keeps me busy, keeps us together at home. This lockdown has also given me a chance to do lots of reading online. Every other aspect I needed to concentrate on, now I can be able to search for it and do a lot of reading. So I probably are going to be a better person out of the lockdown. One of the things I've learned over this time is that you're not allowed to get even a simple cough. Because at home, you get a cough and everyone will be shouting COVID. So probably it's going to help us to even keep more healthy in this environment.
COVID has been a real game changer. It came as a surprise, and it came with very many surprises. The life and the lifestyle and the pattern have drastically changed. I'm an early person. By 6, I'm out of home, but now I'm out of home, but engaging with the different aspects, like the Rotary meetings that take place every morning. I take part in all of them, first thing in the morning. But work has even more than doubled because of because of the capabilities that we have for work. Almost all the people that I have connections with want a piece of my time. You find you have board meetings, you have Rotary meetings, you have church meetings, you have organizational meetings, the different groups. So you find that the whole day you are holed up on work. And I've discovered quite a lot around my environment. There are so many things I didn't even know around the home. I've never utilized the space that I have the way I've utilized it, because it would be out of the home, in of the home, and you don't have time. But now I have a bit of time to check out the compound. I have a bit of time to go behind the door and do some work in the private setting. And I've been able to accomplish many assignments, work-related and other organizational responsibilities. So COVID has really changed the world. It has changed me myself. I now appreciate my computer more. It is a treasured gadget more than I ever treasured it before, because everything is now E. I have even increased the time for doing some exercises, you know, because the day must be structured and you must spend it productively and in a manner that is fully engaged. I've learned a lot about my family, my children. I get off time with them, one-on-one with daddy, and we discuss areas of their interest. We discuss about their future, we discuss about their aspirations. Now, that is COVID for you. It has really changed, but it has created opportunities for fast engagement. You know, you are at home and you are linking up with the whole world in a Rotary meeting. COVID-19 has taught me a few more things, and it has changed my lifestyle in a way. There are a few things that I was never very used to. Something like having evening tea on a daily basis.
He can drink tea. You drink tea in the morning, you drink tea in the evening. It's like, it has become a ritual now.
It's something that I had never done. Actually, I didn't know how people would sit down and enjoy a cup of tea in the evening, because I would be out there with the Rotary and other engagements. But now I can do a good evening tea, and it has become routine. I don't think I'll drop the habit of evening tea, courtesy of COVID-19.
Oh, wow. Thank you, DG&D Mike, for sharing your COVID experience, and DG Xavier before you. I mean, that was hilarious, and I hope that many of you have enjoyed the same experience, that you're not just checking out your gardens, you're actually working on them. And DG&D Mike, I don't know about that evening tea. For some of us, evening tea is our life. So welcome to the club of evening tea. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. But before that, we had a very captivating presentation by Rotarian Edgar Kasenene of the Rotary Club of Tank Hill, Muyenga. And if there is nothing that you learned, I think we all agree that this is a new world. And as Edgar emphasized, we have to change with it. And to do that, we have to embrace agility, we have to embrace humility, we have to be willing to learn. And learning involves learning the new customer behavior. And that is what we are going to tackle in the next session. Our next speaker is going to speak about what is so pertinent to us as Rotarians, because our customers are our members. Without them, Rotary is nothing. And so I'm going to invite PDG Shamila Bhatt to introduce our next guest speaker. But before Shamila comes on, I just want to inform you that in addition to being available on Zoom, on Facebook, on Twitter, we're also live on Smart 24 TV. And we also have NBS, NTV, Capital FM, Radio 1, Akabozi. You know, all the media is in the house. And we're being, live streamed all over the world and in Uganda. So feel free to tune into any of those and you'll be able to see us. I would now like to invite PDG Shamila to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, PDG.
Good morning, Rotarians. It's been a long time. It's been a year. Thank you, Anne. And DG&D Mike, thank you for letting us know that you can do chimeza with tea as well. This morning, I have the pleasure to introduce to you a very, very special Rotarian. He's an engineer and he's a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He worked for Shell Oil in various senior positions, retiring after 24 years to pursue his other interests. He's the lead coach and facilitator at Lead and Change Consulting. He chairs the board of Riveria Technical Services Limited, an oil and gas infrastructure delivery outfit. He started his Rotary journey as a Rotractor in 1983, and 10 years later, in 1993, became a Rotarian. He is a member of the Rotary Club of Trans Amadi, Port Harcourt, District 9441, Nigeria. When he was a club president in 2002-2003, he won the Rotary International Global Quest Award for highest percentage net membership gained worldwide and was recognized on stage at the Brisbane Convention. He served Rotary as a governor, raising over $1 million for the Rotary Foundation from an area normally considered as disadvantaged and growing membership by a net gain of over 650 members. The District 9140, under his leadership, emerged one of the top 3 performing districts in the world and was so recognized at the Bangkok Convention. He's on the board of Rotary International as a director for the years 2018-20, and he currently serves as a vice president of Rotary International for the year 2019 and 20. He's also the vice chair of the Rotary International End Polio and serves on many Rotary International committees. He's a recipient of the Rotary Service Above Self Award, and this is the highest recognition that can be given to a Rotarian by Rotary International. He's also an Arch Clump Society member and a Rotary Foundation benefactor. With this very illustrious CV that I've just shared with you, I'd like to welcome this morning to our audience, our Rotary International Vice President, Inka Babalola. So please give him a rising welcome.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for that warm introduction. In fact, the way you pronounce the words is like you've known me for many, many years. And I think that is true as it were. My dear friends and fellow Rotarians, it's my pleasure to be able to join this conference from my bedroom somewhere in Nigeria. These are exciting times, really, very, very exciting. I've been asked to talk about customers and the Rotary angle. I do not know how whoever it is came about that topic and chose to ask a bloody engineer to address a subject around customers, as it were. But I suspect whoever chose that topic must have heard me talk about this in some passionate ways to encourage our leaders to do the right things for our organization. First, who are Rotary Club customers? I know when Anne introduced the topic, she did mention that our customers are our members. Yes, but there are those who may want to disagree with that, to say, no, our customers are not our members. But one way to help all of us come to terms with that is to ask ourselves the questions. How do Rotary clubs make money? Who are those people without which, if Rotary were a business, the Rotary Club will go bankrupt? So that should make it easier to accept that definition. And I have here my definition of customers, or what we now call participants, Rotary participants. Rotarians are our number one customers, no doubt, because Rotarians pay dues. So Rotary makes money from them. Rotarians go out to fundraise, without which we will not be able to do our projects, and even many of the things that we do. So Rotarians are our number one customers. We have a list of other customers there. You see, I've put the Rotaractors in bold, because from a business point of view, they are our business continuity plan, if we want to mention that. The question then is, do we know this customer? In any business, it is well known that if you don't manage your customers well, if you don't treat your customers well, they will walk away. They'll probably go to your competition or they'll find something else to do. So the question then is, for us as Rotary, do we know these customers? If we don't know them, how are we able to know our customers? Do we have those data sets to be able to make the decisions businesses make to keep them afloat as it is? And I've tried to put here some of the data sets, samples of things I thought as Rotary clubs, as Rotary club leaders, we should be looking for, we should be gathering with respect to our members. For example, if you're a club president or a club president-elect, do you know any of this information about all your members? If you don't know, how are you able then to have what we call participant-centered engagement, which is one of our new priorities, as we call it now? Do you know their Rotary family history? Do you know their district experience? Do you know what their global grant experience is? Do you know what their personal areas of focus is? What are their interests? Do you even know what they do? Is it likely you'll be approaching a Rotarian who has given $40,000 to the Rotary Foundation and you're asking him or her, will you mind becoming a Polaris Fellow? Or are you likely to go approach somebody who has capacity to give you $100,000 and you're asking for $500? Sometimes when you ask this kind of questions, it feels like an insult. But that is driven by the fact that you do not understand that customer. And what I want to propose at this point, as I leave this chat on, is that imagine what happens is that when you are a president-elect, that sometime in February, what you do is take this data set, which your club already has prepared, and you're asking yourself what has changed, and you are refreshing whatever has. Maybe somebody has changed job, now has a new classification, and so a new opportunity is now open to the club because this person now does something different. And then before you start to assign people to committees, you're taking a look at this and say, okay, is this person's area of focus still the same? Has this person's involvement over the last year changed in a way as to impact what that area of focus is? Is it likely that a new member with a specific area of focus may have joined Rotary and after that developed a new interest? This is not the kind of thing we do normally because we do not really take Rotary as a business, which is one of my main grounds with our leadership. That most of us, most times, when we come into Rotary, we leave our business cap at the door and then go into Rotary and do as if we know nothing. So I'm presenting this to say, hey, if your club doesn't have this data, perhaps rather than just have a directory of names and telephone numbers and emails, you want to do something more comprehensive so you can start to understand your customers better. If you understand your customers, then you're able to render them service. You're able to deliver them value. And for different people who have joined Rotary, they have come to Rotary for different reasons. And my belief is that it's the duty of the club leadership to help every Rotarian find what could be in it for them. And that can only happen if we understand who they are, we understand what their needs may be, and we go ahead to deliver those values to them in the way they like to be served. And when people feel that's good, the same way you feel good when you are interacting with a product of a business, it is unlikely that they will walk away. But when they don't feel good, when they feel poorly recognized, when they feel poorly treated, the only thing they do is they walk away. And forgive me if this looks like an advert, but I just wanted to use it as an example. In the course of my many travels, both for work and for Rotary, I've stayed in many hotels. And you see, these hotels, at the end of every stay, they send you all sorts of survey, feedback form. And a lot of times you wonder, why are they disturbing you? But I did find Marriott, for example, to be making use of the data they collect. Because if you collect those data, as I mentioned in the previous slide, and you do nothing with it, of course it is of no use. And I wanted to tell a story around this. When I travel internationally, I prefer to have 2 double beds in my room. I just like to have one bed that I throw my suitcase on and do everything from it, and another bed that I sleep on. When I travel local, I prefer one bed. And somehow, Marriott seems to have figured it out. I traveled to one of these our strange places on our continent and in our zone, or should I say unusual places, and there was a Marriott. And I walked in there and they said, "Welcome back." And I said to myself, "Back to where? I've never been here before." I said, "Yes, you've been with us. You've enjoyed our services before. We apologize that this morning we do not have a double bed for you, but we will get you one as soon as it becomes available." You know? And then they took me to my room, and it was a single bed. And just before I started figuring out where I will put my suitcase, because normally I will just carry it and throw on the bed, there was a knock on my door. "Mr. Babalola, we have a room for you." Now, can you imagine how special I felt? And it will be the reason, for example, why if I go somewhere else, even if another brand were offering me something cheaper, I may probably go to a Marriott because I know that they know what I want and they will give it to me. And I'm hoping that is the kind of thing we'll also do with our members. That when Rotarians come to meet, Rotarians look forward to coming to their meetings and to the activities that we organize, knowing fully well that when they get in there, their needs and their requirements are known, and that whoever is organizing it has taken care of all of that. And it sounds difficult, but it's not as difficult because unlike Marriott, that you have thousands of outlets, and thousands of customers. For us as Rotary clubs, your members are not that many, and they don't change every year and every time as it were, if you are doing a good job with it. Now, let me try and tie that to the Rotary side, which I guess is the reason why whoever chose the topic has linked the two. The question is, how do we keep Rotarians engaged? Remember, it is when you know your customers that you can engage them properly. And that is where the link is. But let's do this keeping our new priorities in mind, which are to increase our impact, expand our reach, enhance participants' engagement, and increase our ability to adapt. And of course, of these 4 strategic priorities, there are 2 main ones that are linked to customer engagement, to understanding your customer. And that is expand our reach and enhance participants' engagement. Because expand our reach talks about the potential customer, those ones you want to use in growing your business as it is. And enhancing participants' engagement is keeping those already intact. If somebody loves, if somebody currently takes Niles, you don't want him to go to Tusker. So you want to keep him. And you are looking out there for those who currently don't take anything but a whiskey, and hope that one day they may want some Nile to mix up their whiskey to give them a different taste. So you do all sorts of things to engage them. And these 2 strategic priorities are the ones directly linked to the topic we are discussing. Let me talk about this participant engagement framework. Ordinarily, we are looking at acquiring, retaining, and growing. This, for me, is a standard framework that we normally will follow. We want to bring in new members, they want to retain them, and want to grow them. Now, most times when we talk about induction, recruiting and retaining. We don't look at the growth side of it a lot of times. Whereas growing is the further outcome of retention. This model I've just described, will it still work? This framework, will it still work within the current realities that we are facing, as discussed by our previous speaker? And that's what I want to explore very quickly over the next few minutes. Of course, big problems, big opportunities. So COVID is a problem. Well, it will come and pass. Whether you call it a new normal, a post-normal, a non-normal, or I can't remember the exact words that PDG Chiso used yesterday, a constant normal. The point is, you are going into a new reality, a certain reality, a different reality as it is. An opportunity wears a mask called adversity, and only those who unveil that mask are rewarded with its advantage. This is our vision statement. Together, we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. That's the Rotary Vision Statement. The question then is, how can we come closer together when we are asked to stay apart? How can we keep engaged? How can we deal with these customers? Even if we have all the data set and we know them, how do we engage them? How do we make them feel what we want them to feel? And the answer to that is innovation. Many people have used that word over the last 2 days at this conference. Innovation, 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 innovation. But what does that mean in our context? Let us look at the acquire side. Our standard procedure is to bring in members, invite them to meetings, and after a certain period, they see what we do and then we induct them. We can't do that as it were now. We can do it in a way still. We can still invite them to our Zoom meetings, but you see, you don't have that physical connection anymore through the process. But what if we innovate? In fact, what we leverage what we have already that we've not been looking at? Look at the membership leads. This is a tool we have prepared. Rotary has developed in anticipation of this day. Like the last speaker mentioned, creating platforms to move some of our business online. The membership list has allowed people to actually go and say, hey, we like Rotary. How do we join? But for every change, there is usually resistance. We have basically resisted this tool. Many of us think, no. Rotary is by invitation. Rotary International cannot send members to us. No, they are not sending members to us. They're only bringing the members to our doors. And every club still needs to take a look and say, this member fits into our profile or not. And you still need to go through the same admission process that you have. But now, rather than Yinka having to bring the person physically to the meeting, there is somebody who none of us knows, who knows what we do because of the connectivity of the current one, and walks in and says, we want to join. The sad thing is, as of today, more than 90% of the people who have come online to the membership list saying they want to join Rotary have been ignored. It is actually becoming a reputational issue for us. People say, these guys must be very, very snobbish. I told them I want to, then nobody has contacted me in 6 months. So what if, as districts, we now create a platform now and pull in all those leads and start to engage with them? And after a while, find a way of then sending them to the clubs if we ever get to meet physically again. And if we don't, come to think of it, what is this physical meeting anyway? They could remain a new e-club, as we used to call it traditionally. What if we have such clubs in every of our major cities? There is one in Entebbe, there is one serving Kampala, there is one serving the Sese Islands, and all the places we have in your district. There is one serving Dar es Salaam. Is this an opportunity? And in going to the leads, a lot of information is provided by those people that we can make use of. For retention, our club meetings the way they are now, Zoom, are we reaching out to everybody? Is everybody participating, or are some people left out? Are there people now who are not joining us for one reason or the other because they do not have the skills, they do not know how to use the technology? If you know your customers, are you reaching out to them now? If you find out that you have a product and your sales is dwindling, will you want to find out why? Are we doing that to find out why the people are not joining? Are we keeping people engaged by still giving them the opportunity to make contributions to the things that we do? Even donations to the Rotary Foundation, they can do it from their bedroom. There are all those tools available there. And of course, from the growth part, fellowships, you don't need to go to anywhere to be part of those ones, the Rotary action groups, and even the online learning now. This is the time to spend some time on the Rotary, on the e-learning and the Rotary learning platform and update your knowledge and prepare yourself for leadership. What of this group, the people, the age of the now? A lot of us are interacting with them more now. We are playing more in their space now than previously. COVID has forced us into that domain. But what are we doing? Are we conscious of the fact that we're in their new environment, in their own usual space? And are we doing anything consciously to look at this set of potential customers, or even the ones that are currently with us as photographers and interactors, and engage with them better? Now, I like to show this because a lot of times we've seen that many people who leave our organization live in the first 3 years of joining. And the reason is simple. We never got them to the point of commitment. When people get to the point of commitment, they don't leave. We need to take care of our current members. And like I said, let's pay attention to those who joined us in the last 3 years, those customers we recruited that interacted with our brand, accepted our brand in the last 3 years. We need to work hard at them now, this period, and engage more with them. Otherwise, we'll lose them, they'll move on to something else. I saw this. I can't remember which of the magazines I was looking at where I saw this, and there have been versions of this in different formats, talking about the losers and the versus the gainers. This is from a business point of view, but let's take it from a Rotary point of view, and from the point of view of current customers and potential customers. As business and professional people, we belong to some of these businesses' economic partitioning as it is. Even if it's true, if it comes to pass that these potential losers actually lose, and we lose some of our members as a result of that, are we paying attention to the people they call potential winners? And are we looking out to say, where are our new set of customers? This could be a new customer base, and pay attention to them consciously. Rounding up, opportunity wears a mask. When these times are over, will you be telling a story of adversity or advantage? This is a time to be a source of hope to your club members. Ask them the right questions. Invest time in developing yourself. And this time, my dear friends, hope is not high during the period of crisis. It is actually the oxygen in terms of adversity. This again I got from a magazine that talks about the first day after this shop opened in Wuhan in China. They made $2.7 million of sales the very first day. You can be certain that the reason they made that money wasn't that when they say lockdown, they locked down and the executives went home. And when they say open, they opened up and then they made these sales. No, somebody must have been thinking during the period of lockdown, what will people need? What will our customers need when they open? What would they need? And then stock their shelves with those things the customers will need. And when the customers went in there, they found what they needed. So as Rotary Club leaders, are we doing the same? Or are we just folding our hands and waiting that COVID will go away? The fastest way to have hope is to give it. Become a channel, focus on how you can be of value and have the value mindset. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Every crisis has its own arrows. And the heroes of this crisis, as far as this conference is concerned, are DG, incoming PDG Xavier and his team, who have put this conference together. Something innovative, something we've never done before. And you go down in history as heroes of this crisis, this COVID period, as far as District 9211 is concerned. Thank you very much, my dear friends, for allowing me to spend this time with you.
Wow. It's an honor and privilege to give a vote of thanks. Wow, it's an honor and privilege to give a vote of thanks to a gentleman that is humble and yet very dignified. The DG and his team couldn't have done a better selection of the person to deliver this subject because of the way you exemplify it so well, the way you relate with us. Yinka, as we fondly know you, you're a friend of District 9211. You've been there with us when we are celebrating, when we are crying. You were sending off bribes, you have talked to us and very much. Yinka, thank you. We know you would be here with us if it wasn't for the pandemic, but we believe that your heart is with us. So stay safe until we meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful talk, RI Vice President Yinka Babalola. I believe we have learned so much from that talk. It comes at a very, very opportune moment for most of us in Rotary as we wonder how we are going to navigate the new world, as Edgar Kasenini called it, both in our business lives, but also in our Rotary life. So it is interesting that you had those insights, and I'm sure that everybody has benefited greatly from them. Now, the next item on the agenda is one that is bittersweet for those of us in Tanzania and in Uganda. I know PDG Tusu thinks differently, and I know RI Vice President has just talked about looking at opportunities, looking at possibilities, rather than fear. But I think what has happened to us in District 9211 is what happens in a family. When a sibling leaves home, when a child leaves home, you're happy for them, but you can't help being sad. And I think that is how we feel as we prepare to separate from Tanzania. And I now want to welcome District Governor Xavier Sentamu to preside over the next ceremony. District Governor, you're welcome.
You excuse me, I will need to remove this mask so that we can communicate well. And I'm glad that they have sanitized this place. Good morning, friends. I'm here this morning to communicate part of the business of our district. Friends, as you know, Rotary selects its leaders well in advance. For our district conference, and for our district in particular, it's during the district conferences that we are able to oversee the transition and indeed identify our leaders for the years to come. As a governor, I was charged with the responsibility of constituting a district nominating committee to be able to select our leaders for the years to come. As you may also be aware, our district has been growing both qualitatively and quantitatively. And because of that, as we heard from our Rotary International President's personal representative, we are going to have to redistrict, to reorganize effective July 1st, 2021. And therefore, because of that, and because that decision was reached by the board of Rotary International in January of this calendar year, we had, as a nominating committee, to select the leader who will be our first governor for the District 9214. District 9214 is made up of part of Uganda and the whole of Tanzania. And therefore, I'm excited today to be here to declare and to read to you, to present to you our leader, so to say our charter leader for that great district, District 9214, who is currently, after the nomination, serving as the district governor nominee. And it's fortunately for that friend, he has not had the chance to enjoy a whole 1 year of preparation as district governor nominee. Our selected leader, born in Korea, she started her primary education in Korea, moved to the United Kingdom for her secondary education, back to Korea, and then to the US for her PhD and the entire working life. She is an accomplished economist, having worked all her life in the World Bank, always smiling. She's been involved in projects in this part of the world, having supervised and overseen projects in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and indeed risen through the ranks. She's married to Sadskill, and together they are blessed with 2 children, a boy and a girl, and 1 grandchild so far. She lives with a husband in a small village called Mwika in the mountains, in the slopes of Kilimanjaro. Our district governor nominee for District 9214, who is coming in as district governor elect. He is only serving as district governor nominee for just a few months, joined the Rotary Club of Mwika as a charter member 9 years ago. And she's gone through all the ranks, serving as a president. She has worked as a training leader within Tanzania and served on so many other different positions. She has, over the time, learned a couple of additional skills, learning how to remodel buildings, and it's not surprising that even the house they live in,
has been modeled by her. Friends, join me as we welcome our first governor for District 9214, my sister, the youngest of us all in this district, my sister, Young Kimaro. Young Kimaro, congratulations, and please speak to us.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Kilimanjaro, my favorite spot in the whole world. District Governor Javier, District Governor-elect Rossetti, past district governors, and dear fellow Rotarians. Thank you very much for your vote of confidence for me to lead the newly forming District 9214. I do pledge to do my very best to make sure that I am worthy of your trust. It is an irony that a grandma who's been an ardent advocate for encouraging the young to take leadership positions in Rotary should be the one standing here. Nothing could have made her happier to see a younger person doing so. That's because we all know that they are innovative, they adapt, they are dynamic, and those are the characteristics that we need for the Rotary to grow. But when the PDGs egged me on to step onto the plate, that was because they were concerned that again for another year there may not be any younger Tanzanians stepping forward. So I would like to understand why that is the case, because in Uganda you don't have that problem. And maybe that should be my homework or even a mission, to understand and to explore together with you how we might overcome the reluctance. Now, I would like to share with you a heartwarming story behind redistricting that is happening now. You know, Rotary Uganda is splitting into two parts. The larger portion will form all Ugandan Rotary District 9213, and the smaller portion will join Tanzania to form Rotary District 9214, with the understanding that in a few years' time, when Rotary Tanzania has grown sufficiently large to form its own district, it will redistrict again. Uganda didn't have to do that. Uganda has sufficient number to form two separate districts. But they opted to do so because if Tanzania, which is too small to form its own district, was left alone, RI may have coupled it up with other countries that may be distant or might not even have the same language. That would have posed a lot of challenges. So, considering our situation, Tanzania's situation, Rotary Uganda decided to let the heart overrule the logic. So for that, Uganda Rotarians, and particularly the leadership, thank you heartily. Now, if this was a normal DCA, you'd have had a standing ovation from Tanzanians. But given our new normal, we just have to give you a quiet thank you. Finally, before closing, I would like to pay tribute to many of our brave Rotarians in District 9211 who have put themselves on the front line of our fight against coronavirus. Many are spreading out to provide protective gear for health workers, to equip health centers, reaching out to communities to provide them with wherewithal for hand washing, like hand wash basins or hand wash stations, and particularly reaching out to the disadvantaged and even old people's homes. There are some who are going out to the villages to teach villagers what they can and should do to minimize the risk of coronavirus. To those brave Rotarians, thank you. You make us proud, and your service goes far above self. Please stay safe till your activities are over. And all fellow Rotarians, thank you for listening, and you be safe and be blessed. Thank you.
Many congratulations, my young friend, our future leader, young Kimaro. Trust me, being a grandmother has nothing to do with the qualities that we see in you. And being the youngest of us all, we look forward for you to start us off in a great way. My Rotary family, friends of Rotary, as I communicated to you, we indeed select our leaders well in advance. A time like this 3 years ago, the governor then was standing on a similar podium communicating our leader in a 3 years' time. And therefore, young Kimaro starts us off in the Rotary year 2021-2022. Corresponding to young Kimaro, if this governor nominee, John Ndamira Magezi, who will be serving in District 9213. But of course, John was nominated last year, and so he had his chance to communicate to you all. After them, in the Rotary year 2022-2023, that same nominating committee was able to identify our leaders for the 2 new districts. The leader who John will be handing over to, and that leader to whom young Kimaro will be handing over to. So join me, and it's with great pleasure that I read to you all the brief and introduce to you our district governor nominee designate, who will be our district governor for the Rotary year 2022-23 for District 9213. That is the district that is made up of the part of Uganda, north of that magical latitude. Our leader is a seasoned legislator, a diplomat, and a recipient of Uganda's 50th Independence Medal. He's an active Rotarian in the Rotary Club of Bukoto, having served that club for over 8 years. Our leader for the Rotary year 2022-23, in over his 13 years of service as a Rotarian, he has shown us that he is a reliable, dependable, and indeed charismatic leader. He has served at country level, at district level, even well before serving as a club president of his club. He has given and supported the foundation. He's a major donor, a bequest society member, and a member of the Paul Harris Society. He has chaired many committees. I remember very well when he was the chair of the Cancer Run program, which is our premier fundraising program that has helped us to put in place a formidable and indeed well-equipped cancer center in Nsambia Hospital. He sits on advisory boards. He's a member of the advisory board of Makerere University Rotary Peace Center. He's currently serving as our district treasurer, and he has so many different business interests. My dear friends, join me to welcome our district governor nominee designate, the choice from the nominating committee, that second salon to lead this great district, our good friend, Mike Kennedy Sebalu Salongo.
Mike Kennedy Sebalu Salongo, and I'm a member and a past president of the Rotary Club of Bukoto, which meets at Kabira Club, Kabira Country Club. I wish to take this opportunity to formally accept the responsibility bestowed upon me to take leadership of District 9213 as a district governor nominee designate for the year 2022-2023. On behalf of my family, my wife and my children, and on behalf of my Rotary Club, the Rotary Club of Bukoto, and on behalf of the entire Rotary fraternity of District 9200, I wish to thank the leadership of our former District 9200 that led to the creation of District 9211, and respectively, I wish to recognize, acknowledge with appreciation the leadership that has grown this district up to this level, where we have been redistricted and 2 new districts have been formed. Those leaders include among the following: Emmanuel Katongole, who was the founding district governor, Harish Bhatt, Wagwan Sibirwa, Jayesh Asha, Ken Mogisha, Shamila Bhatt, and the current district governor, Francis Xavier Sentamu, who has presided over the process of redistricting and who has presided over the process of nomination, through which process we were declared as district governor nominee. I wish also to recognize the future of Rotary in this district through the district governor-elect, Rosette Nabumba Nayenga, and the district governor nominee, John Magezi Ndamira, who will actually be the founding governor of District 9213, and whom I'll follow suit in terms of leadership. Allow me also to acknowledge with appreciation and congratulations to my colleagues in District 9214, and these include Young Kemaro, who is the district governor nominee and will be the founding district governor for District 9214. And then Peace Taremwa, who will take charge of the same during the Rotary year 2022-2023, and will be running concurrently as respective district governors of our respective districts. I also want to congratulate the Young Turks for District 9213, Ntambi Lukoda, who will definitely be managing the affairs of the young people together with me in the district, and Alan, who will also be doing the same in District 9214. I wish to state that the job before us is a big one. We need to create a strong, viable, dynamic, and progressive district, and that work cannot be undertaken by myself alone. I'll need and I'll call for your cooperation, your engagement, your involvement, your support, your participation, because this is something we have to do together as Rotarians. We must ensure that the 2 districts that are created are strong and viable and hit the road running. I want to place my leadership in the hands of God to give me wisdom and guidance as I go through my tour of duty as a district governor for District 9213. Thank you very much.
Wow. That is our leader for the Rotary year 2022-23. And my friend Mike, I'm sure with Margaret by your side and the entire family in support, we are looking forward for indeed starting us off and giving us the good foundation that would have been laid by John to start off that great district. Friends, again, this year has been so unique. I've been chatting with friends and telling them it is the only time that you get to enjoy a virtual conference, that you can be able to have friends from Austria. I know Governor Walter is in attendance, friends all the way from Japan, the Vice President in his bedroom, as he says, the Vice President of Rotary International. Uniqueness. I'm not sure how many governors have presided over selecting 3 leaders in one conference. But I'm here again to announce our leader for the Rotary year 2022-23 for District 9214. Is going to serve after Governor Young Kimaro. He joined Rotary in 2007, joining the Rotary Club of Kajiansi. And in that club, he served diligently. And actually, he has won the accolades of that club, being named the Rotarian of the Year a number of times. He's a seasoned project formulation and implementation consultant with a strong bias in financial management, especially with the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. And he started off his life as a taxman working with Mukono district. It's not surprising that our governor-elect comes from Mukono. He went on to work as a sales representative in the Western region with the petroleum company, Total Uganda. He is married to Anne. I know Rotarians, normally we take all our spouses as Anne. No, but this is the Anne called Anne. Married to Anne. And they just celebrated their silver jubilee. What a wonderful function we had in the village. He has a strong passion for Rotary, and we have no doubt about that. He has a strong passion for the church, and is a strong pillar in the North Ankole Diocese. He has a strong passion for farming. We have a lot in common, my brother. People saw my small farming exercises just because I'm in the lockdown. He hopes to retire and continue with his farming. Our incoming leader has been a strong pillar in serving our district in so many committees. Probably every time you need a reliable person to call on in financing, in ensuring that we manage our finances well, you are going to call on Peace. He is a major donor, so he has given to the foundation. He supports the foundation not only in giving, but also in the way we actually make use of the foundation resources in our communities. He's a member of the Paul Harris Society. He has attended a number of these conferences, RI conventions, and indeed intercities. Our incoming leader has impressed us in the way he handled things. I've worked with him closely during this COVID pandemic, and you would be surprised to find him in the store doing all the sorts of things. My Rotary family, friends of Rotary, join me to welcome our district governor for the Rotary year 2022-23 for District 9214, Rotarian Peace Geoffrey Taremwa from the Rotary Club of Kajians.
The Rotary fraternity, my family, my friends, for life and the ability to achieve this mile, I give thanks to God. I trust in God that the miles and miles ahead, He will guide me. My deep appreciation goes to Rotarian past President Indid, who introduced me to Rotary. I extend my deeper honor to the Rotary Club of Kajansi, my home club, for giving me assignments that have brought me to the limelight of Rotary. I will forever be grateful. Through my relationship and guidance by the past and current governors, I have understood that it's important to have vision, to have passion, and to learn. It's important to have vision because you can dream, you can see which direction you are going. I've also learned that passion is very important. It's very important because you will do something you love passionately and effortlessly. I'm very sure that learning is extremely very important, and I'm willing to learn, relearn, and learn. My spouse, Anne, and I offer servant leadership for the District 9214, and I'm sure we shall ask the Rotarians present and friends to give us support, to rally behind us, and deliver a better District 9214. I thank you.
Once again, to our new leaders, DGN Young Kimaro, who will be heading and will be the charter district governor, if there's such a title, of District 9214, which is composed of Tanzania and Uganda. Congratulations, DGND Mike Sebalu, who will be the governor for 9213, which is Uganda. And congratulations, DGND Peace Taremwa, who will also be the other governor for District 9214, which is Tanzania and Uganda. We welcome you and we look forward to your leadership. In his talk yesterday, the Reaper mentioned that at the time we split from 9200, were 170 clubs. And then we are splitting yet again when we're 170 clubs in Tanzania and Uganda. And we're hoping that under your leadership, both District 9213 and District 9214 will grow to another 170 clubs in each of those districts, and we'll split again, and maybe some of us will get back together. So we look forward to your leadership. Now, we've gone quite some way in our program, but we still have a lot of exciting stuff for you. Coming up soon, we'll be hearing from now our outgoing District Governor Xavier, outgoing DRR Jacob Sendaula. But soon after that, we'll also be having the big moment when the clubs that have excelled during the Rotary year 2019-20 are recognized. And as I said, if you're not looking forward to any of that, we also have the gift campers, and the winners of those will be announced soon. So stay in. But just before that, we're going to take a break. And it's not going to be an ordinary break, but we have some entertainment lined up for you. And I now welcome my favorite saxophonist, Michael Chitanda, to take us through. this next session.
Beats by Bim.
We're now moving quickly, and you know, it gets more exciting by the minute. And I would now like to invite our district governor, now outgoing, Xavier Sentam, and our outgoing DRR, Jacob Sendaud. So, welcome once again, and I hope you're both comfortable up there.
Absolutely. Very comfortable.
You've been through a lot this year. I believe you can handle anything. But I'll start with you, District Governor. And the purpose of this is really for members to get to know a little bit more about how your year and your tour of duty has gone for you. The last few months especially have been very difficult and emotionally distressing for many people. And many of us have been through anxiety, we've been through distress, our businesses are closed, our offices are closed, and we don't know what's going to happen. But we hope, and as we've heard from the presenters, is that we'll get back, we'll adjust, we'll get back somehow. Now, it's been different for you because it's the end of your year as governor. There might not be another chance for you to do the things that you wanted to do. So I'd like you to share with us what COVID-19 has meant for your last few months. Over to you, Governor.
Thank you so much, my friend Anne. You know, I look at this as a journey. I read a book, and there was this young boy who asked the father, the grandfather actually, what life is like. And the grandfather went on talking about life as a journey. And in this journey, there are different obstacles. There are different, but most importantly, when you need to achieve, when you need to get somewhere, you continue focused and being focused on your journey. And don't get strayed by whatever obstacles that you meet. As you rightly stated, COVID came abruptly. I remember very well, we were going to Arusha because we had a project fair, and then the noises in February were starting to sound louder. And to us, even when COVID eventually came to be, and when we got all this threatening and scaring information around the world, we looked at the opportunities, focusing on this journey, assuming this is just that big stone in your path. What would you do? You go around it. Who would support you? You get friends around you. Sometimes you need to be pushed over the stone. And therefore, I relied on the friends, the Rotarians, the family of Rotary, the Rotractors, and I called upon them. My good friend Tuso, I charged him to mobilize Rotarians around the district. And we got the best out of a bad situation. Mobilized in excess of $350,000 US. In less than a month.
Oh, wow.
We've supported governments both in Uganda and Tanzania. We've protected our frontline staff, the health professionals. But most importantly for me was the way the Rotarians were able to adapt to the situation. I was scared. You know, as a governor, you need to end on a high. And of course, fast forward, the conference was not going to happen in Mbarara. But I was even more stressed about how are the clubs going to keep engaged. Wow. Just like Edgar mentioned today, we simply switched. We simply switched. And trust me, I saw, looking at the comments, that someone was talking about how many clubs are not meeting. And actually I've done a statistics. It's less than 10% of clubs, and we are supporting them. We've put in place solutions so that if they cannot afford, they can meet on Facebook. We can simply call them. We are making sure everyone is on board. So for us, I think we are looking at this as great opportunities. These youngsters have done incredible stuff during this time. So to me, Just like I stated yesterday, COVID has just brought on board opportunities.
Oh, wow. So you agree with R.I.P. Yinka, who said you should not waste a good crisis? Okay.
Most certainly.
So over to you, Jacob. What has the experience been like for you heading Rotaract in this COVID era?
Thank you very much. You know, when calamity strikes, normally people go back to think of what to do, or some of them remain there forever. But it has been very encouraging to see that many of our Rotaract clubs here in Uganda and Tanzania have gone ahead to have their meetings, but also to have people that they would not have had before. For instance, there are speakers who would always use the excuse of having a tight schedule or not be able to come and speak to your club. But we have seen many of those, and we have also received speakers from around the world. About 2 weekends ago, the Rotaract Club, the E-Club, that is in formation now in Uganda, invited one of the members, the programs coordinator of Rotaract from Rotary International, to speak to them. And for me, that's an achievement, because before, this couldn't have been possible because of distance and the expenses in preparing this. But to see that they have come up and seeing the speakers speak to them is good. But also we have seen the response of Rotaractors in the country and beyond that has been tremendous. The Rotaract Club of Masaka, for instance, provided water cans to their health center to see that people can wash their hands and make sure that the spread of COVID-19 is minimized. And for me, that's a wonderful thing to note out, and a celebration and a plus for us.
I agree absolutely. Just seeing the images that we've seen on social media of both, you know, what Rotary is doing in Tanzania and what they're doing in Uganda, I think it's made all of us who are Rotarians really proud to belong to this organization. But moving back to you, Governor, before COVID, I'm sure there were some things that might have excited you. What were the highlights for you during your year as governor?
Wow. This has been a journey to savor, full of excitements. It all started there. I remember so well in Dar es Salaam, and I'm sure my friends from the Rotary Club of Kiwatule must be dancing by now when they see that. And you know, when you start off with that journey, that excitement carries you through the year of service. From my friends, the past governors, they know everything starts with how do you plan for your visits? What are you going to find in those clubs? And to me, it has been a year of great success. I've seen firsthand how much impact, how much committed the Rotarians are. I remember so well traveling in Ngora, looking at the projects, a dilapidated building, almost 8 and 9 years old. And you can imagine the nature of infrastructure. And then Rotarians had transformed that into something of the 21st century, providing the much needed health care to our population. But the milestone of this year probably has been the awarding of the first peace center on the African continent, witnessing the signing of that agreement between the Vice President of Rotary International and the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University was such a milestone. We are going to start training peace builders around the African continent. You know, you set a dove and it finds the right place to. There have been lots of projects, but most important, I've also met wonderful people on this journey. This year, we've grown, and grown in numbers. We've grown by now, before the COVID, we had grown with over 590 new Rotarians. I was looking at the national statistics, the global statistics. To some, that is a whole district. We've inducted people. We've chartered new clubs. 13 new clubs so far, and counting. 5 of those 13 have come during COVID. So to me, before or during COVID, work continues. I've met great people along the way. It has been fun. It has been challenging, but fun. You, my fellow Rotarians, these Rotaractors have made life so easy for me. That's what's not surprising. Whenever I introduce myself as a Rotarian, as a Rotaractor. The warmth, the friendship. I know with my brother, Imi, my country chair, he has traveled with me throughout the country. He has even extended going with me in Tanzania. But that growth, service, I've seen it. I called on my Rotarians to impact massively on the people. And we've utilized in excess of $5.5 million in terms of projects, both from within from the foundation and within. When we talk about malaria programs, when we talk about the cancer program and what they are doing, it's been refreshing to see how much service Rotarians are doing out there. Okay. But they're not only utilizing from the foundation, they are actually giving to the foundation. We are coming to close to $500,000 this year. Just imagine that in addition to that $500,000, and then we put aside $350,000 through COVID. So I just want to thank those heroes out there, the Rotarians. They have just made my life so easy.
DRR, the DG has kept referring to Rotaractors and how easy they have made his life. Would you tell us, have Rotarians returned the favor to you? Or even more importantly, how easy or how difficult have Rotaractors made your life during 2019-20?
I think I'm the luckiest DRR of this region, because I have led at a time when Rotaractors are not only vigilant, but ready to do things. This year, the district governor, with his wonderful Rotary Foundation committee, gave us a challenge, and they told us that we want to see Rotary clubs that can qualify for a simplified district designated fund grant of up to $2,000 per club. So we have a Rotaractor called Saro Wembabazi, who headed that committee this year, and she went out and made sure, and at the end of the day, we have 7 clubs that have qualified for this grant. And this is the first of its kind in the world. So for me, seeing this happen is a plus, and it's something to celebrate. But Rotaractors have not only understood the purpose of using funds from the Rotary Foundation, they have as well gone a step ahead to give to the foundation in historical ways. Because this Rotary year has never been seen before in Uganda and anywhere in our region, I think. At the start of this year, we told ourselves that, well, after all, we are Rotaractors, we shall give only $10,000 to the foundation. As of yesterday, our giving is at $11,617. And it means it is not only the highest, but triples what has been given in the past 2 years. Now, to give means we can have the capacity to do more, and to do more, we need more hands. We told ourselves that we shall increase by 10 clubs. But you know, these Rotarians and some Rotaractors are very ambitious, so they decided to increase by 17, meaning that we have hit by our target by 170%. And when we told ourselves that our numbers need to grow, we said, well, 700 we will do. But as of yesterday, we have grown by 954 Rotaractors since 1st July. So the hands of young people, given the right effort and guidance, this year has been something to show to the rest of the world that Rotaractors have the capacity to do things in extraordinary ways. And our way of doing things has not stopped only at growth, the impact of the projects done by clubs. This year, the Rotary Club of Kampala City, for instance, commissioned the maternity ward in Hoima. And we know that Kampala South transformed a primary school in Kabale. And many other Rotary clubs are doing things that had never been thought about. And some of them are far away from Kampala, and many people think that clubs that are away from Kampala cannot do so much. But the Rotary Club of Kabohe, for instance, provided equipment for their health center for oxygen. And these show that young people, when given the right support, can do wonders. And for me, there are so many things I can talk about, but those few things highlight the importance of putting Rotaractors at the front and giving them the opportunity to do things.
Amazing. And I think you deserve another round of applause. That is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal growth. And I think it's only timely that Rotaractors were admitted into Rotary as members, because you've really shown that you can, and you'll soon take over this organization. So thank you, DRR. And, we hope the incoming DRR will, from what we saw yesterday on TV, we think he's up for the job, and we'll take this a step higher. Now, DG, most of this year, Rotary year, we've been looking for you. Each time we asked, they said, he's in Tanzania. He's in Tanzania. He's in Tanzania. You seem to have had a great time in Tanzania. Would like you to share some of the exciting things, some of the memorable experiences that you encountered during your frequent trips to Tanzania.
I don't know why you only want during the visit to Tanzania.
Because we knew what was happening here, but it's the other side that we weren't privy to.
I was all over the district. And trust me, and I want to thank Jacob and my Rotaractors out there for that. I'll tell you one thing before you get into those exciting moments. When at the beginning of this year, we achieved, and indeed the board of RI elevated Rotaract. I had already planned for it, and I sat with Jacob, and we had planned for it prior to even the board thinking of that. The fact that we are sharing the same platform here, to me, it is a testimony that when we talk about elevating Rotaract, it means sharing the same platform. It means doing and working together at the same level. Let's go back to the exciting times. It has been fun, my friends. And Rotarians have made it much easier for me. When we got started off, first club visit was with the Rotary Club of Mengo, and I first moved on across the country, Uganda. And then when you go to clubs, they have made you do crazy stuff. Some of the things I keep wondering whether it's me doing them. It has been fun. It has been an adventure, but one which I planned to enjoy so that I do not get the stress. Trust me, it's not easy to wake up every day in a different bed. Given the size of our district, today we are counting 173 Rotary clubs in our district. It's not easy. But I will tell you one thing. Before the lockdown, I had covered all but 3 new Rotary clubs. And that takes a huge toll. So for you to make it easier, you enjoy. You go out and find nice people. I put off time and I went and climbed the Kilimanjaro. I had fun. You know, some clubs would welcome you with such great hospitality that you cannot imagine. Put off time, led a team of Rotarians and went to the Kilimanjaro. And on the World Polio Day, we were right at the summit of Kilimanjaro.
Wow.
And to me, that was a milestone. With that huge chain, despite the fact that the bag was heavy, we went with it. Put off time and enjoy it at the beach in Zanzibar. So it was not all stress. You know, when you are stressed in those hotel rooms and you call Brenda at home to talk to the children, you need something to spice up that day. And it has been wonderful. To you, my fellow Rotarians, in Tanzania, in Uganda, every club, you've made my life so easy. And I want to thank you so much.
Now you see, we had some of those stories, and that's why I wanted you to share them. And I'm sure there are a few others that we will talk about off camera.
Most certainly.
But our district Rotaract representative, Jacob, have you had any particularly exciting experiences, both in Uganda and in Tanzania, that you would like to share?
Thank you very much. You know, before the start of this year, as a team, we committed that we shall visit every club wherever it is. So on 1st July, as my governor was starting off his road trip, I started off. And I have been to every part of Uganda and to parts of Tanzania I never thought I would reach. And of those 154 clubs that I reached at the time, there was this 1 week that I was in Mbale. So on my way to Mbale, the governor confirms that we had a meeting in Burange that I had to show up for. So on Monday, I'm in Mbale giving a speech, and at 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, I'm on the road back to Kampala for a meeting that ended at about 2 p.m. and then hit the road back to Mbale. So the members of the Rotary Club of Mbale thought this man is not coming. And lo and behold, at about 7, we were there. The meeting was so good. And after that, for the full week we were there, Rotaractor Dorothy and many other Rotaractors took us to Sipi Falls. We hiked up to the falls, and it was a wonderful experience. And for me, it has shown how much Rotaractors are very hospitable people and willing to share and make friends with people. Now in Tanzania, I was invited by the youngest Rotarian of our district, I think, Rotarian Young Kimaro, to speak to a school in Mwika. And all year through, we're discussing this, but the scheduling wasn't coming up. Then an opportunity came. There was pets in Tanga. So I said, after Tanga, I'll come and we'll head to Mwika. Now, we had a discussion with DGE Rosette because we traveled together. And we were wondering how we'll make it from Dar es Salaam to Tanga. And as we were discussing the air options, the bus options, PDG Harish offered to drive us to Tanga. Now you imagine a young Jacob with no record being driven by a very excellent and a person who has excelled in his field of expertise. And we had a good trip from Dar es Salaam to Tanga. And that Friday was my birthday. People in the car ignored it like it didn't exist. Little did I know that Governor Jayesh and his friends of the Rotary Club of Tanga had organized 6 birthday cakes for me to cut and sing in the evening. And I thought, well, I think that this is all. That same night, I get surrounded by people. They take me to the stage and make me dance for the first time in my life. Those who know me, I don't dance, I don't do anything. But we enjoyed the Indian dance, and it was an exciting evening. Now, when we headed to Mwika at Rotarian Young's company, we went to this school, Agape Junior Seminary, where a Rotarian Young's family has donated a bakery and so on. And I was inspired by the head teacher who got the proceeds from this bakery and used them to improve the status of the school. And he was going on and explaining to us how he has achieved this. And I saw firsthand the value of service, but most importantly, all these and many other ways I've engaged with Rotaractors and Rotarians this year have shown me that as a Rotary family, whereas we may be Rotaractors and Rotarians, we are all one Rotary.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing those experiences. And I'm sure for our non-Rotarian viewers, this gives you some insight into what Rotary is all about. I mean, we are all about service, but as you've had, we pack in a little bit of fun as we go along. And, you know, we're one big happy family. And so I hope for those of you who are watching, if you are still waiting for conviction, I hope that these stories have encouraged you to take the next step. But I'll move back to District Governor Xavier. Leadership is not a bed of roses. And I'm sure that during the year, you encountered some challenges. Actually, as you were talking about your experiences, I was looking forward to you telling us about that other long trip from Tanga, where your car broke down 1,000 times, and you missed a flight in Kilimanjaro, and then you had to take a border from Moshi to somewhere in Namanga, and then a taxi, and then move on to Nairobi, and then take a flight to Entebbe. I mean, that was something, and it was a big challenge. But other than that, what other challenges have you encountered, both as a leader, but also as at a personal level during this year?
Thank you so much. Thank you for reminding me of that. Trust me, you've narrated that. There are not so many Rotarians who know. You know, as governors, you only talk about those nice things. But along the way, there are very stressing stuff. And one of that journey, having come from actually visiting a project in Same, up in the mountains, in the slopes of Kilimanjaro, and this club had provided water to over 5 villages. You know, you have stressed this vehicle and you travel to Tanga and then you sleep on the road overnight and the whole journey as you've described it. But to me, I think the biggest challenge has been the time away from family. I have a young family. Normally, governors around the world are very old and so on. So the children are retired and so I have a young family. And when you have children in primary education, in primary school and so on, I had a candidate student. You need to be there with them, with Brenda and so on. To me, I think it was the most stressing. You have to call. Every time you create at home, you need to create time with them. I think part of being away from the family was the most stressing to me. And as you all know, especially the Rotarian in my district, just at the start of my journey, I lost my dad. It was a big stress, especially from the fact that mom needed support. But Rotarians were there to support the family, to support me, and we moved on. That situation you talk about, when we had the break of the car, I got on a border, onto a taxi, through to Namanga. Then it was a stressing time, but yet it was worth it because I did not even miss the next engagement. So it's always those challenges. But to me, just like in that journey, there are just a bit of valleys. There's this stone that you have to jump over, you continue moving, and it's been worth that time.
Oh, wow. And, you know, we're so happy to have Brenda here. We thank you for sharing your husband with us. We know you've given up so much, but we thank you. We would love to continue this interview. We would have loved to hear more from you, but we also have a very long program. And I think on behalf of all the viewers, would like to thank our governor.
Can I first of all
and district governor
welcome the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. Mama, very welcome, and we thank you so much for having put off time to join us.
You're most welcome, Right Honorable Speaker Rebecca Kadaga. And we are just concluding our interview, and I want to thank District Rotaract Representative Jacob, District Governor Xavier. Thank you for sharing your journey with us, and we look forward to hearing many, many more stories, and we wish you the best in your next life. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We would now, in honor of our chief guest, want to stand up and play the national anthem. So please rise up wherever you are. And now the moment that we've been waiting for. I hope you all enjoyed listening to the experiences of our leaders, the District Rotaract Representative Jacob, and the District Governor of 9211, which is Tanzania and Uganda, Xavier Sentamu. They have had a beautiful year from everything that we've had. It wasn't lost as we thought. And it shows that, leaders show up during times of crisis. But now we are moving to the long-awaited moment of every district conference. And that's the time we get to know and recognize those clubs that have excelled during the year. This year, we have 14 awards that will be given out. And I would like us to immediately move into the award ceremony now. The first award is the diversity in membership. And the second runner-up of this award was the Rotary E-Global Uganda. The first runner-up of the Membership Diversity Award was the Rotary Club of Dar es Salaam, Oyster Bay. And the winner is the Rotary Club of Zanzibar. Our next award is a membership award for the club with the highest increase in membership. And the runner-ups of this award, we had 3 clubs that tied. The Rotary Club of Nsanji, the Rotary Club of Chitante, and the Rotary Club of Muyenga, Tank Hill. The club with the highest increase in membership, and a club that brought in a whopping 20 members, is the Rotary Club of Kampala South. Congratulations, Kampala South. Our next award is the club that made the most noteworthy contribution to membership extension. The runner-ups of this award, the second runner-up was the Rotary Club of Arusha, Mount Meru. The first runner-up was the Rotary Club of Kampala South. And the winner of this award for 2020 is the Rotary Club of Mbali. Our next award is coming up. Our next award goes to the club with the highest attendance and membership. And those figures were picked off the webinar for those who registered. And surprise, surprise, the club with the highest number of members registered for the DCA, and that is 100% attendance from that club, is the Rotary Club of Kampala South. next award goes to the Rotaract Club of the Year. And that is the club that has had a high percentage increase in membership and has also undertaken some of the most impactful and or innovative service projects. The second runner-up is the Rotaract Club of Bweyogedere Nambole. The first runner-up is the Rotaract Club of Nakawa Moobs that is sponsored by the Rotary Club of Kampala East. And our winner this year is the Rotaract Club of Kampala North, the Kanus, sponsored by the Rotary Club of Kampala North. Congratulations, Kanus. Coming up for our next award. Our next award goes to the Interact Club of the Year, and that is the club with the most impactful projects at that level. And our winner this year is the Interact Club of Kaboa High School, sponsored by the Rotary Club of Natete. Our next award is for the Rotary Foundation. And this is the club with the best all-round performance in the programs of the Rotary Foundation. And this includes contribution as well as utilization of funds from the Rotary Foundation. The second runner-up is the Rotary Club of Kampala North. Our first runner-up is the Rotary Club of Muyenga. And our winners this year for the Rotary Foundation Award is the Rotary Club of Kololo. Congratulations to the Rotary Club of Kololo. In the Rotary Foundation Award, we also considered those clubs that had the highest per capita contribution to the Rotary Foundation. And the second runner-up in terms of per capita contribution to the Rotary Foundation was the Rotary Club of Kololo. The first runner-up was the Rotary Club of Muyenga. And surprise, surprise, the club with the highest per capita contribution to the Rotary Foundation is the Rotary Club of Buloba, with a per capita contribution of USD $560 per member. Congratulations, the Rotary Club of Buloba. Coming up, we still have more awards, and our next award is the Public Relations Award. And that has two winners, one from Tanzania and one from Uganda. And these are the clubs that engaged in activities that not only raised resources for Rotary, but also enhanced Rotary's image and Rotary's visibility. And the first runner-up for the Public Relations Award from Tanzania is the Rotary Club of Arusha, Mount Meru. The winner of the award from Tanzania is the Rotary Club of Dar es Salaam, Oyster Bay. Congratulations, Oyster Bay. The winners from Uganda, the first runner-up of the Public Relations Award is the Rotary Club of Kampala North. The first runner-up of the same award is the Rotary Club of Kampala Sese. And the winner of the Public Relations Award in Uganda, surprise, surprise, is the Rotary Club of Mbarara. Congratulations, Rotary Club of Mbarara. Our next award is community service. And this is the club that has undertaken a most impactful project, a project with innovation, and a project that addresses some of our service areas. And we have two winners, one from Tanzania and another from Uganda. But I'll start with the runner-ups. And the runner-ups of our community service project from Uganda, the second runner-up is the Rotary Club of Kampala North with their Bududa Adopt a Community project. The first runner-up of the Community Service Award is the Rotary Club of Kampala South with their Chikandwa project. And the winner, the club with the most impactful project in Uganda in the Rotary year 2019-2020 is the Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands. Congratulations, Kampala Sese. And that is for their Daje project. In Tanzania, the winner and the club with the most impactful project, there are two clubs, the Rotary Club of Moshi and the Rotary Club of Mwika for their Kondini milk processing project. Congratulations, Mwika and Moshi. Our next project is the Youth Service Project. And that is a club that has undertaken a youth service project that addresses some of the critical challenges affecting the youth, and a club that has ideally involved their youth clubs, both Rotarian and non-Rotarian, in the implementation of the project. And the runner-ups this year, the first runner-up of this award is the Rotary Club of Kampala South. The second runner-up of the Youth Service Award is the Rotary Club of Kampala North. And the winner of this 2019-2020 Youth Service Award is the Rotary Club of Arusha, Mount Meru. Congratulations, Arusha. Our next award is of the club bulletin, We love the club bulletins. That's how we keep informed. And the award goes to a club that has published a regular bulletin that is both interesting, that is informative, and that is also widely read. And the first, or rather the second runner-up of this award is the Rotary Club of Muyenga, with their Muyenga reporter. The first runner-up is the Rotary Club of Kajansi, with the brick. And the winner of this year's bulletin is the Rotary Club of Kasangati, with their tear gas. Congratulations, Rotary Club of Kasangati. And now, we come to the big moment of the Rotary Club of the Year. Holding your breath? Are we looking forward to knowing the winner? The best club in this Rotary year. And that is a club that is all round. It is a club that has contributed to the foundation. It is a club that has grown its membership. It is a club that has utilized resources from the foundation. A club that has implemented impactful community service projects. It's a club that has undertaken public relations activities and enhanced Rotary's visibility. And it is a club that has also promoted its own internal publicity, and is a club that does well in all areas. And so, our winners this year, starting with the second runner-up of the award for Rotary Club of the Year, is the Rotary Club of Kampala South. Congratulations, Kampala South. You have done well. The first runner-up for this award, for this most coveted award, is the Rotary Club of Dar es Salaam, Oyster Bay. And now, the moment for the big winner. The winner of the Rotary Club of the Year award is the Rotary Club of Kampala North. Congratulations, Kampala North. Congratulations to all our clubs. Congratulations to all our winners. You have done well and you have inspired many. I would now like to invite the governor to quickly hand out a few other awards. District Governor Xavier.
Thank you so much, and I want to congratulate my friends, everyone who has won in those different categories. Thank you, my friend Miriam, and the team that did and was indeed involved in the award ceremony. You'll notice that I've had to change the branding because now this is a very serious moment. This is in the evening of my governorship. So I need to make sure everything is right here. I'm here to present the award for the best, the district award, which is the Governor's Award of the Year for the best president in this Rotary year. And I've done this, best president in Tanzania and the best president in Uganda. So the best president in Tanzania for this Rotary year, someone who has led us, led the club, led the members, energized us, and indeed did everything possible to see that Rotary continues to serve and be meaningful to our communities. Our president of the year from Tanzania is the president of the Rotary Club of Dar es Salaam, Oyster Bay, President Amish Asha. Congratulations, my president, and thank you for being such a fun president. I remember so well that breakfast that we had, and it was such a great time. Congratulations, and to all my friends in Oyster Bay. It's not about the president, it's about you all. And then I come to Uganda. We've had fun. All these presidents are my personal friends. But to you all, my presidents, there's been those who have gone out of their way, done exceptionally well. And we need to pick one. So the winner for the president of the year from Uganda, it was a tough decision. But as a governor, you make hard decisions. It was tough because I've had friends, I've seen people go beyond what they're supposed to do. So from Uganda, the president of the year, it's not surprising that the president of the club from which the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament comes from is none other than the president of the Rotary Club of Makindye, Rotarian Godfrey Kaitarama, otherwise known as Kai. Congratulations, Godfrey, and thank you for being a leader. He is the president of presidents. He's done extremely well, not only in leading his presidents, but energizing us all, and we appreciate your services. My dear friends, there are those unsung heroes out there, Rotarians who do a lot, Rotarians who actually lift up the values that we all cherish in doing their day-to-day work. And they have continued on to serve in their normal work life, and therefore I'm here to present a special recognition award for the district, from the district governor, for those Rotarians, for that particular Rotarian who has stood tall during these hard times. We all know the COVID pandemic, and there have been so many Rotarians out there in the front line. We acknowledged at the start the great leadership of His Excellency the President. We acknowledged the great leadership of the chair of the task force, Right Honorable Prime Minister, who is also a Rotarian. But as a governor, as a Rotary body, we want in a special way to thank and acknowledge our very own. And for me, I'm extremely proud because I inducted her into Rotary. The Minister of Health, Rotarian Jane Ruth Acheng, for leading a formidable team, frontline staff in the health sector, and they have made us so proud as Ugandans the way we've handled the COVID pandemic. To the Minister, Jane Ruth Acheng, we thank you so much, and for every staff, every health professional out there who have done us so proud. This is for you, and we acknowledge you and thank you so much. Thank you, friends, and enjoy the rest of the program. Now we are getting into the critical business, critical time, in our Rotary leadership. Rotary leadership, as I stated earlier, we plan for our leader 3 years in advance. And you all may have noticed that previously I communicated without a chain. I came back here with a chain. Because this is the time when we acknowledge that Rotary organization is not short of leaders. You do what you have to do through that year. You step aside and get to serve elsewhere as you have another leader take us forward. I therefore want to go into the next stage of change of leadership. And I want to invite, because this is going to be a ceremony function, I want to invite a senior Rotarian, my big brother Stephen, to come and join me here, to witness that there's that smooth transition of leadership, and then we shall get to the right moment when I'll be able to hand over this chain. And indeed, we change leadership to the new leaders. So, first, this Governor Stephen, on behalf of the Rotary International President Personal Representative, I want you to take us through the next stage so that we show the world that the leadership from governor nominee, elect, and so on is able to smoothly be transferred now. Over to you, Governor.
Friends, allow me to remove the mask. It's all safe around here. In a very special way, allow me to welcome in our midst our very own Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, our own, because you have also heard that she is a member of the Rotary Club of Makindye. But most important of all, in terms of impactful service projects, the Speaker of Parliament has been behind us for the last 10 years. Those of you who may not remember, who've heard about the cancer program and cancer project and cancer run, the Speaker of Parliament has personally participated in the cancer runs from the start in 2012, but has mobilized the 10th Parliament to make individual personal contributions of at least £1 million each MP for the last 3 years. And so indeed, when you come to open the most modern cancer facility in Zambia Hospital, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, don't forget the person who laid the foundation for that facility. And therefore, it's a great honor to have her here, preside over this function. Fellow Rotarians, the governor has said it all. Leadership of organization, we plan for our leaders 3 years in advance, and it's deliberate. People need to prepare. And at the point like this, then, we move from one set of leaders of year one to another set of leaders. We are going to start by inviting the governor nominee designate from District 9213, who will step forward, and the district governor nominee of the same district, 9213. For avoidance of doubt, that's John Magezi Ndamira, to pass on that pin to governor nominee designate Mike Sebalu. Can I request those two to step forward? Because of COVID-19, you'll miss the hugs that normally go along with this function. This governor nominee, John Magezi Ndamira, please can you remove that pin and pin it on the jacket of governor nominee designate Mike Sebalu. If you may all stand up. No handshakes. Just. This governor nominee designate, now this governor nominee, Mike Sebalu, will be our governor in the year 2021, 2022. No, 2023. He will be the second governor of the new district, coming after John Magezi Ndamira. If you may step. Now for our district 9214, our governor nominee, for obvious reasons, is not here with us, Lieutenant Young Kimaro. But she did send over a pin that I'm about to get here. Allow me to request Governor nominee designate to step forward. Lieutenant Peace Taremwa. Yanga Kimaro sent her pin to Governor nominee John Ndamira Magezi. I request him to step forward again and please do the needful. So she's passing on the pin for this governor-elect to John, and give the other pin to John again, who will deliver it to young Kimaro. Thank you very much. If I may request John to step down. Rosette, stay up there. And at this point, allow me to request our district governor, Francis Xavier Sentamu, to come back on stage. Brenda, can you come along? And Governor-elect Rosette came with a family member. Can I request him to step forward as well? Come to the stage. This function is too big for me. Allow me to invite our guest of honor to do some special work. I will speak of Parliament, Rotarian Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, if you may. Rotarians. Rotarian Rosette Nabumba Nayenga, you have been selected by members of this District 9211 to be their leader for the year 2021. Because in you, members have found special qualities of leadership. And therein lies the responsibility to grow this district
to be big enough to produce 2 strong babies. But equally important is for you to inspire the volunteers in this district to becoming more effective Rotarians. We look up to you for that inspiration. And there's no doubt whatsoever that in you, District 9211 will grow to the peak just before it is split. To Governor Xavier, it goes without saying that everybody in the district and beyond has seen what you are made of. No wonder you are Salongo. We therefore thank you, but every good thing has to come to an end. Governor Xavier, you've earned your respect and honor as you take on the seat of the immediate past governor for District 9211. Now, I want to request Governor Xavier to kindly pass on that chain to our guest of honor, who will in turn preside over the ceremony and put it on the neck of a strong Nalongo in the making, Rosette Nabumba Nayenga. So Salongo Xavier with the Nalongo, please. Madam, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to hear some remarks from our governor, after which we'll invite our guest of honor to make our remarks. Thank you very much. Santa is... Yeah, there she is. Yeah.
My dear friends, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overjoyed, and I feel honored. I wish to thank the people all around me who have brought me to this point. I wish to thank Rotary for giving me value and finding me worthy serving as a governor. I wish to thank Rotary Club of Mukono, because if you are in a club and no one gives you a duty, then you will never grow in Rotary. Until someone spots your leadership qualities, that's when you start. I thank the person who is inducting us, PDG Stephen Mwanje, who saw the qualities I had because he's my club member and started me off to go and serve at the district level. I thank all the PDGs I've worked with, starting with Tusu, who gave me space to be a district officer, and I never looked back. Thank you very much, all my fellow governors, for entrusting me with this honorable duty. I wish to thank the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, where I have spent 20 years of my professional life. And they gave me opportunity to learn and to be competent. And what you see in Rotary comes partly from my time, which I've spent in Ministry of Finance, which is a think tank which trains people up to the international caliber. And I would also like to thank my church, because even if you are competent and you're not ethical, still you will not grow into the leader people will like. So my church, and especially Mukono Cathedral, and all my friends, the bishop of my diocese, Bishop Sebagala, and my friend, the Archbishop of our province, Archbishop Stephen Kazimba, and the rest with whom I pray. Thank you so much. I want to pledge that I'll do my best. I'm committed, and I know I'll not do it alone. I have all of you, my dear opportunity presidents, the assistant governors, the district executive secretary, Julie, very competent, is here with us. The country chairs of Uganda and Tanzania, Phyllis, you are here. Adolf, you are there. So I know this work is very easy. Within a few months, I'll be asking John Magezi and Young, the other governors, to come on board. Thank you very much, and I wish to thank the Honorable Speaker of Parliament for making time to induct us. Thank you very much, and let's work together. I trust that God will be with us, and we'll do our best. Thank you very much.
I'm still trying to determine whether if I take it off, I'm committing an offense. These are very difficult times. But first, I want to thank my Rotary family for inviting me to be part of this unique celebration where we installed our first lady governor. It's been a long, long journey. I've been present when the male governors are being presented, but today it's a special honor that we're witnessing the ascension of Rosette to this high office. Congratulations. I want to believe that you are chosen and groomed because they understand your capacity, and to entrust you with the mighty responsibility of creating 2 new effective districts is something only a good mother and strong woman like Rosette can do. So I'm sure that you'll do a good job. I congratulate those who have been awarded. I think I should declare my interest here. I'm very excited about the Rotary Club of Machindye for their performance, and I'll be energized to do more. I did a lot of Rotary work, but I think I'll be energized to do more because our club has made progress. But it was exciting to hear awards in so many categories for the youth services, the women, the bulletins, everything. Rotary is really all around. So many things are happening, and each of them are worth celebrating. So I really want to congratulate ourselves and to say we need to do more, and especially adjusting during this time with COVID-19. In the past, we used to have our evenings, but today we shall have a charter night in the afternoon. It's really, really interesting. But I want to thank you all for that, and thank you very, very much indeed for the work that has been done, and I wish you well. You can count on me, Rosette, to support you in your tenure. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you very much. As come towards the end of this session, we have a photo moment before the guest of honor leaves. You are going to request us to step, not on the podium, but just in front there. And all our leaders who have just been here, please come back. Peace, Mike, Xavier, Rosette, all of you get back here. And John, Magezi, Damira, please. Yes. Just here.
beats on the track.
one governor, and that was past District Governor Jita Manek. Then in the Rotary year 2018, 2019, had the first lady district governor from District 9211, and that was past District Governor Shamila Bhatt. And just now, we witnessed again the installation of the first lady district governor from Uganda, and who will also be the last district governor for District 9211, it again into 2 districts. We're now coming towards the end of our function, and we want to thank you for having stayed with us throughout this morning. I hope that it has been as enjoyable as it has been for you. And we're now coming towards the concluding moments of this event. And at this point, I would like to invite our district governor. Okay. Our district governor, Xavier Sentamu, to give his concluding remarks, after which we'll have the resolutions of the conference. And then, for those who've stayed with us all this time, the summer words for you. So just keep tuned in. We'll be winding up shortly. District Governor.
Wow, the chain is gone. Friends, allow me to, I'm sure I've sanitized here again. It's the normal process. I'm here to do nothing else but to express thanks. Want to thank God that we've been able to pull through this virtual conference. That day we stay together, I've had a team of dedicated men and women, Rotarians, who have served with me through this journey. And Jacob, if you can join me here, because I know we've done this together. I'm here to those unsung heroes. So I need to start by recognizing each and every Rotarian out there and the friends of Rotary. Our special partners, Centenary Bank, the people who have function happen. We've had this journey together, and you, my fellow Rotarians, my fellow Rotractors, you have made it happen. But allow me particularly to sing out the team of dedicated district and country officers that we've been to serve with. As you all know, the district team is headed by the district executive secretary. My brother Agre, our PIM chair, Juliet Chokunda, the dedicated country chairs, Emmy and Adolf, the treasury for the district, Mike, and the entire district team. I'm indebted to you, and I want to thank you so very much for the wonderful work that you've done. We still continue to serve because the year still has time to go. But you, my friends, have been there every step of the journey. And let's continue moving, because even Rosette needs our support. The second team I want to thank is the team that had organized a 7-star disc conference and assembly in Mbarara, and they have ended up giving an 8-star virtual conference. My brother, Conference Chair David Balaka, Conference Secretary Phyllis, the treasurer who is always working behind the scenes, and every member of the district conference team, a huge team, over 50 members. I want to thank you so very much for taking on the challenge and delivering on your promise. Even when it looked like we've lost it, not going to Mbarara, yet you've given something magical. I want to thank you and thank you most heartedly. Behind this virtual conference has been a dedicated team of technical and highly specialized Rotarians. They are not in the forefront. They probably are not being seen. PDG Harish, my president, Peter Mukuru and team, my brother Geoffrey Chitakule. He has run this program like, so to you all, I'm indebted and thank you so much for that. The Events Warehouse team, what would we have done without you? I want to thank you that you believed in us and you accepted that we can take on the challenge together. And we've met, I'm sure we've met the expectation of everyone out there. To my entire Rotary family, our elders, they have provided great counsel and everything that you could have needed. And that's what makes our district so strong. To you, my sister Rosette, just know that you have a strong pillar and a strong supporter in me. Because that whole team is there to strengthen and move our Rotary movement. To everyone who has made this program so enjoyable, Anne, Marion, my friends, you've made it so enjoyable here. Thank you. To those Rotractors, that team of Rotractors who are dealing with the social media, to the media right here, thank you for being with us. Friends, allow me to end by thanking God and my family, the bigger family, my brothers and sisters, my family of Kiwatule. When I talk about the Kiwatule family, I become emotional. But they have done wonders. They have supported me, and I want to thank them. Why I become emotional with Kiwatule? Because I remembered that George would have been here. I end with my dear wife and children at home, Brenda. Brenda, join me here. This is our last moment. So, join me, please. And you know, for you, even with social media, we are allowed to hug. Brenda. Brenda has taken care of the children. She has done everything possible for me to serve and serve well. Thank you so very much. Continue doing that, and I will continue having this smile with me. To you, my fellow Rotarians, thank you, and continue enjoying everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Xavier, for those wonderful words. And congratulations once again for a great year of service. We will miss your leadership, but we know that with Rotary, you never stay too far away. So we hope we'll see more and more of you. Now for our viewers and all participants, we're coming slowly to the end of what has been an enjoyable 2 days. As we come to the end, and as is tradition at these conferences, there are always a set of resolutions. I'm now going to invite our District Executive Secretary, Agre Kankunda, to read out those resolutions. And immediately after that, if you stay on, we will have the winners of the gift hampers that we spoke about yesterday. So hang in there, we're almost done. Over to you, Agre.
Thank you, everyone. This mic and the surroundings have been over-sanitized. So much alcohol in the environment that you can even get drunk, and that's why I've come with a glass of water. Salongo. I have attended over 24 conferences since I joined Rotaract Kampala City in 1992. And in every conference, of course, as MC Ann has announced, we end with resolutions that I'll take you through shortly. They are brief. Everybody thanks everybody, and nobody ever takes time to thank the governor. Xavier, you're an inspirational and charismatic leader and mentor. My dear friend for almost 25 years, a quarter century. I've known you longer than you've known Brenda, and fellow Rotaractor. I thank you so much for helping me out in the very job that you appointed me to. I was totally green about what a district secretary is supposed to do, but you navigated me through. I recall my first lesson at the airport, you remember, in the evening, as we waited for our connecting flight to Zanzibar. You continued encouraging me and mentoring me through. And I'm sure you have done the same for all presidents and district officers, as well as Rotaractors and Rotarians you have interacted with in the district throughout your service. For those of you who don't know Xavier, and I think probably only me and Semugoma and Brenda know this about Xavier. He's a very stubborn and strong-headed person. Once he has set his mind on doing something, nothing can change his mind. Come hurricanes, locusts, or even COVID-19. But probably because he's my friend, he listens to me and to my wise counsel when proffered. Not all times, though. I think it is because of that stubborn streak in his character that not even personal tragedy that struck in the first few weeks of his governorship could tie him in providing leadership to us in the district. I actually think it emboldened him instead. Then he led us into organizing what was meant to be a phenomenal DCA in Mbara. And even that through a lot of challenges that he weathered. Then Corona struck, and we all thought that was it. No DCA, nothing. No, not for Xavier. And I tell you, any other DG would have told us, friends, let's forget about DCA, given this pandemic situation, and would have understood. And here we are, concluding the first ever virtual conference in this region, and a very successful one at that. Xavier, I say all this from the depth of my heart and as a personal tribute to you, my dear friend, fellow Rotaractor. But who am I kidding? I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the district. And so just take it that I speak for the entire district leadership and all Rotarians and fellow Rotaractors in District 9211. I'm a farmer, and because I'd like to inspire you into farming, the same way you inspired most of us into leadership. After all this is done, and once we are out of lockdown, please come with your charming wife, Brenda, and collect a heifer from my farm in Mitiana. And may that heifer also bear twins for you. Please accept this as a mere token of appreciation and friendship. In our culture, that's a very strong symbol of friendship. Nothing can reward your selfless and inspirational leadership or your zeal and tenacity to change the world for better, especially for the less fortunate. Friends, wherever you are, join me in raising a glass and toast to our dear Governor Francis Xavier Sentamu Salongo. Cheers. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for celebrating our great friend and leader, Xavier. And here is what I was meant to have done right from the beginning, to take you through our, our resolutions. And then I got carried away. Who wouldn't be? There are just a few. Whereas Rotary is a service organization, and whereas Rotarians mobilize resources for their projects, Rotarians recognize that they can only achieve their goals of impact and sustainability through partnerships with different stakeholders. It is therefore resolved that we recognize and appreciate some of our biggest partners in the district, and that is the governments of republics of Tanzania and Uganda. Secondly, the members of the district, Rotarians and Rotaractors, particularly resolved to appreciate the exemplary leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in handling the COVID-19 pandemic with a lot of humor and skill, and he has steered us through successfully so far. We've resolved to pass the audited accounts for 2018-2019. Further, we resolved to pass the annual district goals and district budget for 2020-2021. The district resolved to confirm the district representative on the Rotary International Council of Legislation as past district governor Harish Bhatt. And lastly, and not least, we also resolved to confirm the district delegate for Rotary International Zone 22 Nominating Committee member, past district governor Ken Wycliffe Mugisha. Everything comes to an end. Of course, there will be some entertainment after this. I thank everybody that logged in. We had such a very big volume of traffic with registration of over 3,000 of Rotarians and service partners all over the world. And they've kept on logged in this far. We thank you very much. We don't take you for granted. And as the Chief Executive Officer of this district, I declare this conference closed. Go ye, celebrate after here, and let's continue serving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our district. Thank you, our District Executive Secretary. Thank you for concluding our conference. Thank you to all our participants from Tanzania, from Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, Canada, USA, everywhere in the world. Thank you for being with us. And as I promised, if you stayed with us this long, we had something good for you. I'd first of all like to thank our sponsors, and there are too many to mention here, but we thank them not only for the support that they give us on a routine basis, but for the support that they've given us during this conference. I'd like to thank the technical team that has done an amazing job, and most of all, to the people who've been out there watching. And so this is for you. Our winners of our special hampers, starting with the Rotaractors, we have Rotaract Maria Kanyesije from the Rotaract Club of UCU Mukono. We have Rotaract Betty Sonda from the Rotaract Club of Alpha in Tanzania. We have Rotaract Andrew Nangomi from the Rotaract Club of Kabale Community. We have Rotaract Stephen Nyela from the Rotaract Club of Karaoke. And we have Rotaract Patience Asimwe from the Rotaract Club of Naguru. And these are the winners of our special hampers. We also have some winners from Rotary. We have Rotarian Barbara Nyakato from the Rotary Club of Kampala South. We have Rotarian Chris Kayongo from the Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands. We have Rotarian Martin Asingwide from the Rotary Club of Source of the Nile. We have President Florence Tamale from the Rotary Club of Natete. And we have Rotarian Masi Kainowisho from the Rotary Club of Bukoto. All these are going to get some of our beautiful hampers. But we have one special winner today, who is going to be the recipient of the biggest hamper. That hamper comes from Rock Telecom, and it involves annual subscription for the whole year. And the winner of this hamper is Rotarian Edwin Mogere of the Rotary Club of Nkumba. Edwin wins this hamper for being the most active person on Twitter. He's been tweeting. So congratulations, Edwin, and congratulations to all our winners. And so now we come to the end of what has been a beautiful district conference and assembly. I hope that you've all enjoyed it as much as we all have. And we look forward to seeing you very, very soon. I'd now like to invite, for the very, very final time on the stage, District Governor Xavier to come and close this finally. Thank you for being with us. I've enjoyed being here. Thank you all.
Wow. It's coming to an end. It's been fun. It's been groundbreaking. And to the team out there, to everyone out there, most especially to my presidents out there, thank you. To all my fellow Rotarians, my fellow Rotaractors, thank you for the wonderful fellowship over 2 years, over 2 days that we've had. I almost thought this was even 2 years. I want to bring this to a close with the sound of this bell. Thank you, and thank you so much. Just before you go, a special surprise for you. Just hang in there. Enjoy the entertainment. Something special. As always, when it's the year of connections, it's the year for something special. Enjoy the entertainment.
COVID has come without. In an environment like this, and a job of this nature, it's very difficult to maintain social distancing. And yet we have to, because the health of workers is paramount. This too has been deemed as essential services. And therefore, being essential work, we have to work even when others are still resting. That's the reason we are here today. As for opportunities, it's the first time that I've rested this long. It's the first time that I've been able to bond with my entire family. We now laugh and stay up there together for more hours than ever before.
COVID has been a real game changer. It came as a surprise, and it came with very many surprises. The life and the lifestyle and the pattern have drastically changed. I'm an early person. By 6, I'm out of home, but now I'm out of home, but engaging with the different aspects, like the Rotary meetings that take place every morning. I take part in all of them, first thing in the morning. But work has even more than doubled because of the e-capabilities that we have for work. Almost all the people that I have connections with want a piece of my time. You find you have board meetings, you have church meetings, you have organizational meetings, the different groups. So you find that the whole day you are holed up on work. And I've discovered quite a lot around my environment. There are so many things I didn't even know around the home. I've never utilized the space that I have the way I've utilized it, because it would be out of the home, in of the home, and you don't have time. But now I have a bit of time to check out the compound. I have a bit of time to go behind the door and do some work in the private setting, and I've been able to accomplish many assignments, work and other organizational responsibilities. So COVID has really changed the world. It has changed me myself. I now appreciate my computer more. It is a treasured gadget more than I ever treasured it before, because everything is now E. I have even increased the time for doing some exercises, because the day must be structured and you must spend it productively and in a manner that is fully engaged. I've learned a lot about my family, my children. I get off one-on-one with daddy and we discuss areas of their interest. We discuss about their future, we discuss about their aspirations. Now, that is COVID for you. It has really...
It's been a journey of adaptability. We've all had to adapt. Fast forward from my place of work, I work with Centenary Bank. We've had to adapt to new ways of doing business. Most of the divisions haven't been working remotely, have all been working on site, but we have adapted methods of working at home and ensuring that the institution keeps going. Also learned the art of agility, working first. Because while you're working at home, you also have to work amplified and emphasized the need for us to keep saving. Saving for that rainy day, saving for tomorrow, because we do not know what will happen.
Yeah, the COVID moment. We have a special guest, and is the one to close us off with a special message. Friends, as I told you, we're supposed to have been in Rara. We did not make it, but we have a special message leader who has done exceedingly well, and we thank His Excellency the President so very much that he's been able, amidst the time that has led us to ensure that we are free of COVID, put off time to send us his special message as Rotarians. Please join me to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Chapter 9211, which comprises of Uganda and Tanzania. I greet you on behalf of the people of Uganda, and I thank you for the good work you are doing, and you have been doing for all these years. I encourage you to continue. The issues you are dealing with are very, very important. The issue of poverty eradication and sustainable development, they are achievable. The mistake in the past has been to tolerate imbalance of development, to have some parts of the world affluent and other parts in poverty and underdevelopment. Yet the parts which have poverty and underdevelopment are very rich in terms of natural resources, includes Africa. This is mainly because of ourselves, we the African leaders. It is our own past and present, our traditional leaders before colonialism, and ourselves after independence, who have not done everything that is necessary to transform Africa. And that is the problem also in other parts of the underdeveloped world, like Latin America and so on. People have woken up, they have moved, like in Asia. Even here we can move. Therefore, I salute the work of the Rotary International for your humanitarian work. Although humanitarian philanthropy is not really the ultimate solution, but it's better than nothing, and it is additional. We say in our language, anything additional is not bad. So I thank you for that money can be used to generate more money. You the philanthropists, the weakness of funding consumption. You call it relief, but relief in a manner you give me something which I eat and that's the end of it. If that money was put like in revolving funds, the poor, it would be much better, where the poor could borrow, use, at low interest and pay back. We think this is better than simply handouts. I thank you, and it is my honor now to declare your conference closed. Thank you very much.
A single act of good can go a long way. It can cross oceans, cure disease, and create equality. As members, and our actions have the power to speak loud and clear. Our vision and commitment to finding solutions provides access to high-quality care so vulnerable mothers and children can live longer and grow stronger. Rotary members worldwide work to improve maternal health and reduce child mortality by increasing access to essential medical services and implementing life-saving programs. We're providing comprehensive maternal care, preventative screenings, and family planning that empower women and girls to take charge of their own destinies. Our efforts aren't just changing lives, they're saving lives and strengthening families by training birth attendants, providing prenatal care, newborn immunizations, and facilitating mobile health clinics. Thanks to Rotarians like you, patients are receiving the practical and compassionate treatment they deserve, so that babies are born safely into the arms of healthy mothers. Your contribution keeps mothers and babies far and wide connected to a war. Gift is an action that speaks volumes in delivery rooms, communities, and across continents. Learn how you can support the cause that means the most to you.